Stillman and Company, 1025, 1063, The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. First Horizon Park as the Nashville Sounds. That's right. The Nashville Sounds are opening the season. It's opening day. It smells like the ballpark. It looks like the ballpark. It feels like the ballpark. And we are live out here at the ballpark. Ian is here today. Hello, Ian.
What up, what up?
We are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. And apparently Twitter is down. So I said we're on Twitter. I guess we're not on Twitter today because Twitter's down, Ian?
Apparently, yeah. I'm just getting an error. Something went wrong. Please try again later when you try to log in.
Ah, well, make of that what it is as far as Twitter is concerned. But we are starting the show. Today is a little different than most. If you've noticed, Ian has not been on the program for the last week or so. And people have texted into the text line, asked where Ian is. And so I'll just make the announcement, Ian, unless you have something to say, or we'll get to...
That's okay. Go ahead.
So today is going to be Ian's final show on the Stillman and Company program. Now, this program, I consider Stillman and Company, kind of like the Titans and the Oilers. I consider Stillman and Company and Jared and the GM one and the same. So we started this program on, I believe, August 15th or 16th of 2016. And Ian was, I think, about a month into the Jared and the GM program. Ian came aboard as the interim producer. We had a management change, and Ryan Porth was our producer, and he got kicked upstairs after like 3 weeks, and Ian came in on an interim basis. And from that point on, there was no desire from me. I don't want to speak for Floyd, but I will in this case, from him or from Porth or from anybody else to have anybody else produce this show. And so every step along the way, Ian has been a part of this program and has really been, you know, the single most important person, in my opinion, to me on this program on a daily basis. The amount of stuff that he is responsible for that is good, that has happened to this program, I think goes without saying. You know, we were number one last year. We've had the best year we've ever had, the best fall we've ever had. The digital numbers are just popping. I mean, it's all good. And a lot of that is because of Ian. So, you know, Ian has his reasons. Ian will be moving to the Robbie and Rex Road program in the morning. We will be continuing on the way that we have done things. But, I mean, Ian, I got to tell you, it hurts. It hurts.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer, I know.
And this is not like a, I mean, Ian, I don't know like what you want to share or don't share. This isn't like a Ian and I didn't see eye to eye.
No.
We didn't want Ian on the
strictly
program.
like a family thing. You know, we had some childcare issues. And so we were trying to come up with solutions, and sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, right? And so unfortunately, this is kind of, well, I don't know about unfortunately, but we'll see how it turns out. But this is what we have figured out for now.
I would say for me, unfortunately, because Ian's been a massive part of this program in ways that I don't even think. I know everybody listens every day and everyone knows Ian operates the board and Ian operates the stream, and Ian gets in there and fights with the people in the YouTube chat. And I don't think people understand just how much he's meant to this program. I mean, my name's on the show, but he's just as much a part of it.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I mean, it's been fun. It's crazy. It's been 9 years. And
is that not nuts?
Yeah. I know we're both really not big fans of change. So, you know, but sometimes I guess you got to do what you got to do for the fam, huh?
Well, it's like when I go to pee at Bridgestone Arena and all the shows are up there and it's me and Ian, like I think Ian's just as much a part of this show. And I use probably the most vulgar way of talking about that because it also comes up on the Jumbotron, and I'm going to miss that. Like, I'm going to miss that next year on the Jumbotron at Bridgestone Arena when Ian's not on this program, you know, as they run that slide up the little thing. And
no doubt,
you know, I mean, I don't want to speak for Ian, especially when he's here to speak for himself, but this, like, talking about this like this is kind of uncomfortable for me because what we've prided this program on, whether it's been me, the crew was really me, Ian, Floyd, and Ryan Porth. And it was the four of us every day. And I'd get in at about 12:30. Ian would probably get in right around the same time. Well, I originally got in at 11:30 because I wanted people to see how hard I was working. But then I found myself wasting an hour of my life. So then I started coming in at 12:30. But I'd come in at 12:30. Ian come in shortly after. Floyd would come in at 1:00. Porth was there all day as the program director. But we would just sit there. And for like an hour, we would just shoot the breeze, the four of us, every day. And I felt like the four of us were in total lockstep in conversation. When COVID hit, it kind of felt like the only people that we really had were each other because we were working together every day. But then, they weren't seeing anybody, weren't spending time with anybody, weren't anything with, and so it, when it came to that, like Porth went on, did his thing. Obviously, we know what happened to Floyd, but Ian's kind of been the one constant in my life for the last decade. It's just, and there's not a better person to have as a constant, somebody that's always, hey, bouncing ideas off of. There are days where I'll do the show and I'll send it in and we're getting ready to go on air. And I'll say to Ian, I'll be like, Ian, do you think we should start on the Titans today? Or do you think we should start on the Vols? Or do you think we should start on the Preds today? Or do you think that we should start on and every time, whatever he says is what we're going to do. That's how much I kind of really felt like he was a decision maker as to what we did on this program. And, I had a middle school basketball coach say this one time. He said, when you play basketball with somebody long enough, eventually you'll be able to see something and they'll see it and it's just a look or it's just eye contact and you know what the other person's thinking and you can just drop it in. And I never understood that because I was middle school basketball. I played with these guys for 5 minutes. Like, what do I know? And that's what Ian and I were, which is like, Ian can hear something, text me about it. And I can immediately just go, okay, then we're going to talk about that because he knows that I'm going to talk about that. Remember the Rand Carthon comment about checked every box that we played 100 times? Ian's the one that heard that. Not sure you want me to throw you under the bus.
Oh, that's okay.
But that, like, again, I felt like I was really, every day I felt like, I'll just say I can rely on Ian. And look, Ian's not dead, thankfully.
Nope, not yet.
He's going to the Robbie and Rex Road program, and I'll still be on the Robbie and Rex Road program every Friday, and I'll still be, all that great stuff. It's not like he's gone forever or anything like that, but the Stillman and Company program, the Jared and the GM program, it's certainly not the same. Won't be the same going forward. So I've done enough talking. Ian,
yeah. No, I just wanted to say, it's been fun and getting to know you guys and working on the show and trying to keep you in line. And of course, getting to work with Floyd and everything. It's been fun. The first year or so that I was working here I was all over the place, doing different shifts, afternoons, nights and weekends. I was running other shows, other daily shows at the time, moving around all types of places. And then I got put into this spot. I guess that was August of 16, right? I want to say, and just been there ever since. And so it's been nice. It's been fun. I felt like I've learned a lot from you guys and all that kind of stuff. And, like I said, this is not like something happened. We lost our childcare with our family. And so we were trying to come up with different solutions and different things. And so this is what we came up with for now. And so, yeah, I'm going to move to the mornings and hopefully that works out well for everyone. So I appreciate everybody being really flexible here. Chase and management and you and everybody really, and Nick Keyser in the morning, and David James for helping out, and Frazier, Dr. Crane. So it's been really appreciate everybody's help.
I think what's crazy too about just you moving to the morning show because of childcare. It's funny that, when you broke the news to me, I told you, I was like, look, man, I get it. Like this may be something that when we started this 9 years ago, given where we were in life 9 years ago, no kids, not married, me, no kids, not married. Now you're married, 2 kids. I've got a kid. Like, I get it. Like it's, I'll just say this and then kind of save everything else for later in the program, I guess. But a couple years ago, when Mike and Mike broke up, there was a story about it. And I mean, I listened to Mike and Mike when I was in high school and everything else. And when Mike and Mike broke up, Mike Golick made a comment that he and Mike Greenberg weren't really friends. That, like, yeah, they talked on the air and they were friendly, but like their families weren't friends. They weren't friends. They just, it was a job. And I remember reading that and thinking, how could that be possible? Because I certainly didn't feel that way about Floyd. And I certainly didn't feel that way about Caroline. And I certainly don't feel that way about Ian. I mean, when I've had things come up in my life, one of the first people I ever talked to about all this stuff is Ian, because he's here every day. And I just, as I trust his opinion about what we should open the show on, I trust his opinion about pretty much everything. And I'm going to miss that. And it's, again, not like he's going nowhere or anything like that, but I mean, it sucks. Like, I've been sad all day, and not sad because I didn't see this coming, and not sad because I don't understand. I mean, I saw it coming and I completely understand, but it's a bummer. And, we'll go forward. I'm sure, somebody's going to put in, somebody's going to step up and it'll be fine. But it just, again, it sucks. It is what it is. And so today will be Ian's last show as the member, or kind of last program as an official part of the program. The way that producers move around on shifts and stuff, I'd be stunned if this is the last time Ian ever produces this show.
Mm-hmm.
But it sucks. And I do want to read one text. Andrew says, with Ian gone, who will say Nicholas Petit Frere, a.k.a.
PT?
Who will do that? We may have to retire that. And you know how hard it is for me to retire that.
Yeah. That'd be a bummer. That
would be a bummer. So that's how I just want to start the program off with that note. Certainly, we will continue throughout the course of the show to discuss Ian's last full-time program here. It's actually hilarious because we're at opening day at First Horizon Park where the Sounds are getting ready to play. And today at 4:00, we're going to have the Stillman and Company mock draft 1.0. Ian, we started doing this last year. And it hit me that the reason that I did a mock draft last year, and I think, how many did we do last year? 2 or 3?
Probably 3.
So I think we did 3 mock drafts last year. And the reason that we started doing these mock drafts, we're going to do this at 4:00 today. But the reason that I started doing it was because about a year ago today, we were at First Horizon Park for the show. And I was getting a puppy. In the morning at 5:30 in the morning, I was going to go get a puppy, and it was going to be the first puppy I ever had or whatever. And I wanted to do all the work for the show the night before so that way I could just I could get the puppy, play with the puppy, spend time with the puppy, and then get on the air and then get back to the puppy. His name's Hank, by the way, and he's a little demon with kennel cough right now, but that's a different discussion. But I decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a mock draft. So I could do it the day before and then do it on the show that day. The Predators played a home game against the St. Louis Blues. And after the game was over, I went home and I did the mock draft. And then it came out to First Horizon Park after I got my puppy. But I did not do the mock draft that day because Stephon Diggs signed or was traded to the Texans. And that became the big story that day that we all talked about. So here we are. Maybe less than a year later. I can't exactly remember what day I got Hank, but here we are a year later. I now have a child. Ian it's his final show, but we're at First Horizon Park the day after the Predators played the Blues. And I feel like it's only right that at 4:00 today, we have mock draft 1.0 of the Stillman and Company program. 615-737-1025 is our phone number here on the program. If you want to weigh in today, we'll get to your phones. 615-737-1025. The thing that we do is we always talk about the sports. That's what we do. Coming up next, ESPN has asked me to make the selection for the Titans in the ESPN radio mock draft. Why I decided to do what I'm going to do. We'll get to that next, even though I'm not sure I would do it. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106 for the game.
There was a throw that you did on the roll, on the run, where you hit a dime, and it looked like you turned to the Titans brass, Chad Brinker and Mike Gorzanzi, and said something to him.
Yeah,
What
you
did
know
you
what
say to him?
I said I'm solidifying it today. They
You
know what
solidified
I
it today.
said.
Locking it up.
They heard you. They laughed.
I made sure they heard me. So
There you go. That was Cam Ward on Monday saying he solidified it. Now, the Titans have a private workout today in Miami with Cam Ward. And so they're in the midst of doing that. So I have been asked, I got a random email from ESPN Radio in which they asked me to select for the Titans. I'm guessing that they have an ESPN radio affiliate host in each market that is making a pick for each team. And so I got an email from ESPN Radio saying, hey, can you get the Titans pick? Can you make the Titans pick for the ESPN Radio mock draft? And I said, sure. And so what they want is they want a pick. They said no trades. Now we will have trades in our Stillman and Company mock draft that comes up at 4:00. But they said, no trades. Can you make the pick and give us like a 20-second explanation as to why? And I'm not going to lie to you. I sat there for a while and I really had to think about it. Like I was really sitting there thinking, do I take Cam Ward? And there were a couple things at play here. Number one, if I was the general manager of the Titans, I would not pick Cam Ward. I am not sold that Cam Ward is a difference maker at quarterback, and I am not willing to risk my career on Cam Ward. Now, I've been wrong before, so maybe Cam Ward will be the franchise quarterback, and my son will look at Cam Ward the same way I looked at Steve McNair, or maybe even better. Maybe he'll be the next Tom Brady and be the quarterback for the next 20 years. I know it's crazy, but I worked in Louisville with Jason Anderson, who's now the midday show host in Kansas City. Jason Anderson is from Kansas City. And Jason Anderson had a son right after I left. So that was 2015. He had a son. They drafted Mahomes in 2017. And trust me, his son loves Patrick Mahomes. So maybe that'll be the case. But again, I don't see it. So I said, okay, I wouldn't take Cam Ward. But it feels like the Titans are going to take Cam Ward. So while I haven't sent it into ESPN yet, I haven't even done it yet. In fact, maybe we just take this and send it to ESPN. In the ESPN mock draft, I am taking Cam Ward at number 1 overall for the Titans. In fact, Ian, can I get the little sounder here, if you may, which we will probably use throughout today's program. But with the first pick in the ESPN Radio mock draft, I will be selecting kind of redundantly, or maybe not redundantly, but kind of not regretfully. But I'm not so sold on this, but I'll select Cam Ward. With the first pick, the Tennessee Titans are taking Cam Ward in the ESPN Radio mock draft. And there's 2 reasons why. Number one, it looks like the Titans are going to take Cam Ward. And I do not want to ruin the mock draft for everybody else. So the host in Cleveland, I think they'd be stunned if they ended up getting a note from ESPN that I took Abdul Carter, I took Travis Hunter, or Shedeur Sanders. But they're not going to get that. Cam Ward's going off the board at number 1. Whether it's to the Titans or not, I don't know. Cam Ward's going to be the first pick. But in this case, because I can't make a trade and because, again, I'm doing this with everybody else, I'll take Cam Ward at number 1. The other reason that I'm taking Cam Ward number 1 is this. If I didn't get a trade, I don't know who I would take in this draft. Cam Ward, again, I don't think Cam Ward is a franchise quarterback. I think Cam Ward is, as everybody said over the first 2 months of this draft process, we went to the Super Bowl and everybody on the program was like, yeah, this isn't a good year to have the number 1 pick. Yeah, these quarterbacks aren't very good. Rich Gannon said it. Jim Miller said it. Mad Dog said it. Warren Moon said it. Trevor Sikkema said it. Everybody came on the show at the Super Bowl and was like, yeah, these quarterbacks aren't that good. Ward's probably the best, but they're not that good. But if I don't pick Cam Ward, who am I picking? Shedeur Sanders is worse than Cam Ward. I'm not interested in Shedeur Sanders. I would tell you that right now. Abdul Carter is off the board. Abdul Carter did not work out at the combine. He did not work out at the pro day. He has an injured shoulder. He has an injured foot. I am not interested in Abdul Carter. And I think if you take him Cleveland at number 2, and I don't care if he turns into Lawrence Taylor, I think you're stupid. Do not take injured players with the 2nd overall pick. And I would not take an injured player with the 1st overall pick. So Abdul Carter's out. Again, I don't like Shedeur Sanders. Travis Hunter's a corner. And I don't have that much of a use for a corner. Patrick Surtain's the best corner in the NFL. And the Broncos defense is what? Fine. Again, I think that a pass rusher makes a corner a lot quicker than a corner could make a pass rusher. Ashton Genty might be the best player in the draft overall, but he's a running back. I'm not taking a running back number 1 overall. This is not Kajana Carter. The best tackle in the draft, Will Campbell, has short arms, might be a guard. And you know how much I hate that. So if I was picking at number 1, if I were the Titans and the phone didn't ring, and it sounds like the phone's not ringing for the Titans because they've only told everybody, Schefter and Rappaport and PK and TD and everybody else, Jeremy Fowler, and they've only told everybody that they want to trade the pick. We really, really like Cam Ward, but if you knock our socks off, we'll do it. Please call us. And nobody is. I mean, who do you take other than Cam Ward with that pick? If nobody calls. So in the ESPN radio mock draft, I'm on the clock. You guys know I would not take Cam Ward number 1 overall. If again, it's easy right now to say, okay, well, who else is going to play quarterback if you don't draft Cam Ward? So you have to draft Cam Ward. You all know I would have signed Sam Darnold, or I would have signed somebody else. It wouldn't be Brandon Allen as the option at quarterback right now if I was the general manager. But where they sit right now in this ESPN radio mock draft, I'm taking Cam Ward. I don't want to ruin the mock draft for anybody else. Everybody thinks Cam Ward's going number 1 overall. I think that's probably likely. And quite frankly, I don't know who I'd take number 1. Like, I love Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas in this draft. I'm not taking him number 1 overall. There's not a player that I want to draft for the first pick in this year's draft. Not one. It was Abdul Carter. Now he's hurt. So I guess I'll take Cam Ward. 615-737-1025. We'll get to your phones at 615-737-1025. Plus, coming up next, if the Titans are actually in love with Cam Ward, we will know it very, very soon. I'll explain why, and we'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, live from First Horizon Park for opening day for the Nashville Sounds tonight. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106 for the game.
I saw this yesterday from Shefty, and it conflicts with a conclusion you and I had reached a little bit.
Right.
Listen to this. Tennessee will hold an additional private workout with potential number 1 overall pick Cam Ward. The Titans have become increasingly impressed with Ward, and while they are expected to listen to offers for the number 1 overall pick, it would now take an even stronger package to acquire the draft's top selection. That reporting conflicts with our belief that Titans are just in hang up the phone, go screw yourself, this guy isn't available mode. It sounds like they're still willing to be blown away by an offer for Cam Ward.
There you go. That was Florio earlier this week saying, wait a minute, I thought that the Titans were all in on Cam Ward. I thought they were, hey, screw whatever you want. Cam Ward is our guy. We are picking Cam Ward. And yet, the Titans have said, hey, if you want to knock our socks off, we are willing to hear you out. Well, that doesn't mean that they love Cam Ward. Usually, that means that we don't love Cam Ward. I'm just telling you what it usually means. And Florio gets that. And I do think it's funny. I was reading a story from 2020 because I've used Joe Burrow as the example a bunch. In 2020, and Joe Burrow was viewed as a legitimate 1-1 prospect, but Joe Burrow was not viewed as a generational talent coming out. He was not viewed like John Elway. He was not viewed like Andrew Luck. He was not even viewed like Trevor Lawrence the year after him. But he was firmly the 1-1 quarterback of that class. The Dolphins had 3 first-round picks. And I know I referenced this yesterday, but I actually read the reporting. Adam Schefter said that Miami was willing to trade all 3 first-round picks and more in order to acquire Joe Burrow. And that at the time, the thought was on the morning of the draft, the owner of the Dolphins might have to call the owner of the Browns and make his pitch. Excuse me, the owner of the Bengals, Mike Brown, and make his pitch. And Mike Brown never took that phone call because they were going to take Joe Burrow the whole time. Brian Callahan told a story at the Combine that apparently when they were scouting out Joe Burrow, the owner went into the meeting that they had with Burrow, looked at everybody after Burrow walked out and said, that looks like it, and he walked out and was done. That's what happens when you love a prospect. Well, guess what? If the Titans love Cam Ward, the way that 25% of this fan base is absolutely pants off when it comes to this quarterback, we're going to know for sure on Monday. And the reason why we're going to know for sure on Monday is because with today being the private workout in which the Titans have sent the entire contingency back to South Beach, back to Coral Gables to work out with Cam Ward. So he worked out on pro day on Monday, and they sent everybody. And they went to dinner on Sunday. They gassed up the plane. They came back, and now they're back there, and it's everybody again. At that point, there's nothing left for the Titans in Cam Ward. The Combine is out of the way. They met with him at the Combine. The top 30 visit, when they bring him in for a visit, that's out of the way. They did that right before free agency. The pro day workout and the dinner they had with him, that was on Sunday and Monday. That's out of the way. And the private workout is today down in South Florida. After that, they call them touch points in the NFL. After that, they're done. Like, it's over. At this point, once the Titans have had this final touch point, there's no reason at any point to go any further. You know one way or the other. You either know you're in or you know, God, I'd love to trade this pick. And so we'll know on Monday. Sentiment on Monday is, well, the Titans still aren't sure. Then they might as well, may she rest in peace, hire Miss Cleo to do a commercial for them to run in New York and to run in New Orleans and to run on those TV markets of Miss Cleo saying, "Call me now," because they want somebody to call them to give them a trade. If after today it's, yeah, I think we know which direction we're going in, then it tells me they actually love Cam Ward. But for all of you out there that are tired of all of this tea leaving and everything else, you'll know on Monday. You'll know how they feel. You won't know what they'll do because, again, if it's not draft Cam Ward, if it's try to trade the pick, then you need a dance partner. But I'm not going to listen to any of this. Well, they need to go to Shadur's pro day, and they need to have the private workout. They need to do some more homework on Abdul Carter, and they need no. They will know by today if they love him or if they don't. It's as simple as that. 615-737-1025. One guy is going nuts in the YouTube chat. One guy says, wow, the dismissal for injuries is insane when it comes to Abdul Carter. Have you ever heard of Saquon Barkley? You wanted Aaron Rodgers. Why don't you address that at all? It's really weird for the station as a whole. And I'm confused about this. And not just all of you, but why is no one talking about Aaron Rodgers? I don't even like the dude, but it seems like journalistic ignorance. Maybe not ignorance, but avoidance. One guy going nuts in the YouTube chat says. Well, the Titans aren't interested in Aaron Rodgers. So I would tell you that that's probably off the table. Again, we don't know if the Titans love Cam Ward or don't love Cam Ward. Here's what we do know. The Titans don't want Aaron Rodgers. PK came back from the combine and said they're not interested in Rodgers. Also, Rodgers is going to the Steelers. I would rather sign Aaron Rodgers and trade the pick if there's a nice haul to be had. So that's the first thing. The second thing is when it comes to injuries, just because there are guys out there that have been injured and have been drafted and have been successful does not mean that I want to be in the habit of drafting injured players. Some people do not care. John Robinson, and you know I think John Robinson's a good general manager, 161% of his games. John Robinson did not care if you were injured or you were not. I don't even know when John Robinson was the GM what the point of even having a trainer was, because it's not like they ever listened. Or if they did, they had terrible trainers and doctors. But he took the risk on an injured Corey Davis. I'd say that was a bad pick. He took the risk on an injured Caleb Farley. That was a disaster. He took the risk on Julio Jones. Again, blew up in his face. Now, Jeffrey Simmons worked out. But think about all the things the Titans gave up. The 5th pick, the 21st pick, and a 2nd and a 4th for Julio Jones. Well, right now, would you trade Jeffrey Simmons for the 5th pick, the 24th pick, the 2nd pick, and a 4th round pick, or a 2nd round pick and a 4th round pick? Of course you would. You trade Cam Ward for that. So I don't believe in drafting injured players. And Abdul Carter doesn't have just one, but 2 injuries. He's got a shoulder injury, which he's already had surgery for, and he's got the exact same foot injury that ended Javon Curse's Hall of Fame caliber start. And it should be noted, Drew Rosenhaus at the combine, when the foot injury came up, after the teams did the medical, Drew Rosenhaus's agent came out and said, oh, he'll be fine. He'll work out at the pro day. It'll be okay. And I had a former general manager tell me that day, yeah, I wouldn't trust Rosenhaus. He lies a lot. And guess what? Abdul Carter didn't work out at the pro day. And if Floyd Reese was the general manager, he wouldn't be interested in Abdul Carter either. So let me just get that out of the way. 615-737-1025. We are to your phones at 615-737-1025 here on the program. We'll get to that. Apparently, there's something new that I want to get to. Huh. We'll get to this next. Adam Vickett just sent this to me. I have no idea what this is. For whatever that's worth. But I want to get to that. Plus an Ian thought and your phone. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106 for the game. Fireball whiskey. Nothing goes down as smooth or tastes as great as ice cold Fireball cinnamon whiskey. That's right. It's opening day. That means it's time to celebrate. And it's Ian's final show as a member of the Stillman and Company program. And for that, Ian, we toast a Fireball shot for you. That's Fireball whiskey. No better way to celebrate. No better way to reminisce than with ice cold Fireball whiskey. Ignite the night. Please do it responsibly and be 21 years or older to enjoy. That's Fireball cinnamon whiskey. Stillman and Company live out at First Horizon Park, where the Sounds are opening the season. And this week's Nashville's best deal is Boom Boss Pizza and Watch Bar. Just in time for the NCAA tournament, score half off a $30 gift card and enjoy their award-winning pizza and handcrafted beverages. Visit them in Nashville, Spring Hill, or Murfreesboro. Visit theGameNashville.com/deals now while supplies last. So this got brought to my attention. If you heard me kind of slow up there at the end of that last segment where I was like, what is this? Adam Vingan sent me a tweet from Paul Kaharski. Ian, have you seen this?
I don't think so.
Okay. So Paul Kaharski took a screenshot of an Instagram reel that Jeffrey Simmons did, in which had a tweet from Kaharski saying the Paul Kaharski podcast starts at 1 p.m. CT. Is Simmons sinking with a question mark? Then it has my picture, and it has my picture, and it has a just a little speech bubble that says Simmons stinks. Now, we'll get back to what I said in just a second. Then there's somebody else in front of a microphone that says, F Simmons, I'm done with him. He is lazy. All he does is yap. And then someone else said, Jeffrey Simmons has joined the Bonehead Play Club. Now, I think this is hilarious. And as PK put out at the time, he said, Jeffrey Simmons has an Instagram out that features a lot of media and fan questioning about him, mine included. I understand guys use this stuff as motivation, but that he focuses on it so much tells us a lot about him. It's March, and he and his team are digging up tweets and things to quote. Are top leaders around the NFL doing this? Simmons sinking with a question mark, by the way, is hardly on par with the other stuff. So let me just say this. I have no recollection if I said on Twitter, Jeffrey Simmons stinks. But I did do a Twitter search, Ian. And look, I mean, some people will say, oh, well, you deleted the tweet. So, yeah, you know, that doesn't. I mean, I did a Twitter search for at Jared Stillman, Simmons stinks. In fact, I'm going to put it up right here to the YouTube chat. You can see right there. It said, or YouTube chat to the stream. It says no results for Jared Stillman saying Simmons stinks. Not only that, I'm pretty sure that I didn't tweet that because it says Simmons with a capital S, stinks with a capital S, and I don't capitalize letters that shouldn't be capitalized unless the whole word is capitalized, which I do a lot. So maybe I tweeted it and it's not coming up on my Twitter. I mean, there are certainly times that Jeffrey Simmons as a player has pissed me off. And I'm going to say this about Jeffrey Simmons. If I said Simmons stinks, I'm not taking it back. Because the reason I searched for it was I wanted to see what the context was. Was it during the Green Bay game when Malik Willis and Josh Jacobs ran for 8,000 yards? When he said no one runs on the Tennessee Titans? I don't know what the context of that was. Again, I don't even know if I said it. And guess what? I don't care if I said it. And this goes back to the problem with Jeffrey Simmons. Here Jeffrey Simmons is in March. Jeffrey Simmons had a bad season last year. He doesn't sack the quarterback. He didn't do anything that would equal the play of an elite level player. He was like a fifth alternate to the Pro Bowl. And during the Pro Bowl, which again is a joke, but during the Pro Bowl played cards on the bench. And that's where he should be if he was on the Pro Bowl team, on the bench, because he's not as good as all the other players at his position that actually do sack the quarterback. And so if Jeffrey Simmons is sitting there in March thinking, you know what, I need motivation from Jared Stillman because I'm going to show him. Well, good, because you need to play better. In fact, I'm going to look in the camera. And this is hilarious because Jeffrey Simmons has me blocked on Twitter, as we all know. But yet anytime I say anything about Jeffrey Simmons, he hears about it, like when I called him soft. So I am going to look into the camera right now. And I'm just going to say this. You are not good enough, Jeffrey Simmons. You need to play better. You make $23.5 million a year. You talk all the talk. You show up around town with a chain that has your own personal logo, with a t-shirt with your own personal logo, with a car with your own personal logo in the headrests. You need to play better. You act like you're Tom Brady. Dude, you are barely Robert Smith. You need to play better. Should be noted, by the way, Robert Smith, a couple of picks ahead of Tom Brady. I am so tired of Jeffrey Simmons. Jeffrey Simmons is posting that like they just won the Super Bowl, and he's saying, I told them, dude, you're an above-average player on the worst team in the NFL. The worst. And the reason that Jeffrey Simmons feels like, you know, oh, I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them. Is because he actually thinks he's a big deal in this league. He's not. It's so frustrating. Again, I don't care. If I said Simmons stinks, that I want to know the context around why I said, because Simmons is not a bad player. I mean, I'm going to say it right. He's not a bad player. And when Titans fans be like, we need to trade him, I'm like, okay, you don't need to do that because the second you trade Jeffrey Simmons, you're going to go look for another player to go do what Jeffrey Simmons does at Jeffrey Simmons' position. But I want to know the context behind me saying that. But I don't even think I said it. What a sad freaking existence at $23.5 million to be sitting there always worried about what me and PK are saying. It's like Mike Vrabel is now the head coach of the Patriots. And I was listening to Felger and Maz as they were parsing every word that Vrabel said at a press conference a couple weeks ago. And I said to someone, I go, if Mike Vrabel thinks he got it bad with me, imagine how he's going to feel a year from now in Boston. He's actually having a talk with Kurt Schilling about that. He knows all about Boston. Jeffrey Simmons. Again, good for you, dude. What a freaking clown. Clown. Again, if I said it, I said it, and I'm not taking it back. And some people say, oh, you deleted the tweet. I promise you, I did. If I tweeted it, it's still up there because I didn't delete it. But I also wouldn't capitalize Simmons, capital S. I would always do that. But then the stinks, the S is capitalized. I don't do that. Either I capitalize the whole word or I don't capitalize something that's not a proper noun. That's just me. So make of that what you will. I promised phones, but then I saw that Vingan sent me, the PK thing, and then I went and watched the reel from Jeffrey Simmons. What a freaking crybaby. What a doofus. Here you go. I'm going to do this right now. Jeff Simmons, right here, First Horizon Park. We got a seat just for you. If you want to come on here and talk about how you're so great or how I don't get it or I don't understand or the media is just a bunch of haters and you're not soft and you're not, there's a seat for you right here. I would tweet it to you, but you're so sensitive that you've blocked me. If not, then go freaking play better because I'm not going to stop talking. Okay, I hope everybody over there realizes this. Whether you are the general manager, whether you are the president of football operations, I've been all over the team CEO this week, and I stand by it. So if you think I'm going to get off your ass, you've got one of two options. Either deal with it and know it's not going away, or two, play better. If you play better, then you'll notice that I probably will be more complimentary of your play. But again, I don't even think I said he stinks. I think his social media team was like, oh, let's find something from Jared Stillman because he hates Jared Stillman. Make of that what you will. 615-737-1025 phones. We'll just get to them because I promised them. And I do have a question for Ian on what is his final show on the Stillman & Company program. Whoops. We'll do that coming up next. Stillman & Company live from First Horizon Park, 102.5, 106 through the game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. First Horizon Park opening day against Jacksonville for the Sounds tonight right here. We're very, very excited to be here. It is a Fireball Hot Take Friday, and we are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. Ian, the last segment has definitely added up a bunch of has definitely led to a bunch of personal texts into the Jared Stillman text line. Now, I have also looked at the show text, which has a lot of texts. So Jeffrey Simmons, an hour ago on Instagram, put up a reel in which he had a post from PK on Twitter, something from me saying he stinks that, again, I don't think I said, but if I said it, I'm not taking it back. And then two other pictures of people that I don't know what it is. And it was basically like a motivation post. In fact,
I will say a couple of those other ones have also random words capitalized, which leads me to believe a possible AI situation.
So you think this is fake?
I mean, I don't necessarily know that for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Again, when it comes to me saying Jeffrey Simmons stinks, I'm not saying I didn't say it because I don't know. I want to know the context around it if I said it. But again, the stinks, the S in stinks being capitalized makes me think that I didn't say that. And so Jeffrey Simmons an hour ago posted this with the caption, "To all these so-called quote unquote no football quote unquote critics, I heard you. Keep that energy. Back on my BS. Hashtag year 7 loaded. Hashtag give them a reason." First of all, I have claimed numerous times that I don't know football. And the reason I've said that is because I worked with somebody every day for 5 years who, Ian, I think we can agree, knew football.
Sure.
I mean, when Bill Belichick and Nick Saban think you know football, Pete Carroll thinks you know football, you know football. I've never claimed to be an expert, but I'm not even defending that because I think I know enough about ball to know that he needs to play better. But the amount of people that have texted me, like my personal text, being like, "Oh God, freaking crybaby," and then a word for the female genitalia that I'm not going to say on the air, nor can I say on the air. It's kind of tiring with this team. Like everything's kind of tiring with this team. You know, yesterday I was yelling and screaming about the Titans going to the Titan blue uniforms. And that is kind of tiring with this team. And you know what? In fact, I'm going to get into this because it was on the grid for it, and I'll just throw this into it. Just how tired I am with this freaking football team. And I feel bad for Cam Ward because Cam Ward might have to be Peyton Manning or Joe Burrow to overcome the stench of this organization. You know, guys like Derrick Henry and Mike Vrabel, and they get the get out of jail free card. Like Derrick Henry gets to go to Baltimore and go run all over the NFL and go head to Canton and play in the playoffs. And all of us are stuck with this crap ass team. But yesterday I went nuts. And boy, a lot of people, well, I shouldn't say a lot of people. Certain people got very, very mad at me yesterday because I read the Jim Wyatt story about Titan Blue and how Titan Blue was born. And how the equipment manager, who was an assistant equipment manager in the early 2000s, said, "Oh, Steve McNair and Eddie George loved these alternate light blue uniforms." That's convenient. Jim Wyatt, again, a very good reporter in his day, is having to write a Dear Leader article about Titan Blue, which nobody has referred to anything ever in their life as Titan Blue. And I read through the whole thing and I'm like, stop with the bull crap. Just get to reality. And some people got mad that I said that yesterday. So then The Athletic comes out with a story today. And apparently the reason the Titans are going back to the Titan blue uniforms is because the Texans want that color for themselves. And the Titans say you can't have it.
Just stick it to Houston again.
This is according to Brooks Cabina, who writes for the Texans for The Athletic or covers the Texans for The Athletic. You know, one of the many teams that has somebody that covers their team for The Athletic. Quote, "Tennessee's uniform switch is also a strategic maneuver. Strunk has blocked moves by the Texans, who, urged by fan council members still mourning the loss of the Oilers, pursued expanding their usage of a color they argue belongs to Houston. The Texans settled for using H-Town blue as an accent color in their alternate uniforms. Given the rigidity of the NFL's uniform policy, the Titans could all but monopolize the use of the blue in their primary uniforms for several seasons. So basically, The Athletic is saying the reason that the Titans are going back to the alternate light blue is because Amy Adams Strunk wants to stick her middle finger in the face of the people of Houston, because 25 years ago, the people of Houston, really 30 years ago, the people of Houston stuck their middle fingers in her face and her father's face. And guess what? I don't have a problem with that. I hate the light blue uniforms. But if you told me that the reason the Titans are transitioning to the light blue uniforms over the navy blue uniforms, which I think look much better, is because, well, the city of Houston wants the color back, and if we don't do this, then they may get to use it more. So Amy wants this to be our color because her dad hated those people, because those people hated her dad and wouldn't build him a stadium. And so Amy is saying, love you blue and F you Houston. I can get behind that. And the crazy thing is, that's actually the truth. Like, that's the truth. That's the reason. Is because Amy doesn't want to give the color back to Houston. And I know that Bud Adams would say, if someone said, hey, what do you think about Houston using this color? He'd say, over my dead body. So you know what, Amy, go do that. I don't have a problem with that. But the Titans in the Jim Wyatt story said, oh, no, we talked to our fans about this. This is what our fans wanted. And I know that's not what the fans want. But what the fans want is the fans want those red jerseys that they sell in the gift shop. The one that TD was talking about from the old day, like the ones that they've never worn in a game. But they sold in both the old version and the new version. I had the Javon Curse version. My dad got that for me one time because I got really sick, and I guess my dad used to get me something when I get sick. He got me the red Javon Curse jersey in 2000. Those things are badass. That's what the fans want. The fans want to wear the Oiler uniforms. The Titans are shelving the Oiler uniforms. The fans want to wear them. So the Titans said yesterday, oh, we're doing this because this is what the fans want. It's not what the fans want. It's what the owner wants. And guess what? I'm cool with it. We don't need to lie about it. We don't need to make Jim Wyatt write a story about Titan blue when that's not a thing. Why don't you just write a story and say, Amy Adams Strunk says, up yours, Houston. I can get behind that. I think the fans can get behind the real reason. And this is why I'm sick of the Titans, because the Titans believe something about their organization and themselves that nobody with a brain on the outside believes. Jeffrey Simmons is putting up these posts like, I'm going to show that Jared Stillman with that tweet he didn't send out there. I'm going to show him. It's like, dude, you're on the worst team in the league. Stop sniffing your own farts and thinking that it is perfume. Stop designing your own logos and your own chains. Nobody is going, you know what? I really want a Jeffrey Simmons logo hat. You are not Tom Brady. Again, can we just call a spade a spade? Can we just do that? Again, I went nuts this week because they fired the PR director of 25 years who was very good at his job, was very well respected, not just in the city, but across the NFL, not just by media people like me and Joe and TD and Paul, former players like Chris Sanders who couldn't believe the news, former coaches like a former Titan coach that texted me for Robbie Bourne's number this week because he was his favorite employee over there, people around the league, national media people, John McClain, the guru, like everything. If there's a real reason that makes sense, just say it. I'm so tired of the Titans just bull crap. Just because you make something up and say it doesn't make it true. And so that's my little rant today. But that was a rant. By the way, Ian, your thoughts on, have we done any more research? Did I say Simmons stinks on Twitter?
I have not seen that. to be that exact tweet, maybe, but we can research some more.
I will say this. If I said it, I said, fine, whatever. I'm actually kind of honored that Simmons' team would make up something from me, or that AI would make up something from me as somebody to motivate Jeffrey Simmons. Because I'll do all the motivating. Like, if you want, I'll go down to the, now they would never do this, but I'll go down to the facility. And while they're working out in the weight room, and I'll be talking about every single one of these players. I'll say, hey, you got 5 sacks last year. You make $23.5 million. Yeah, let's go get another set in. I have no problem with that. And you know what the thing is about me and everybody else when it comes to the Titans? You know, a lot of people in the media, these are their jobs. This is my job too. I get it. But there's a lot of people in the media that are like, hey, I'm not a fan. I just kind of do with it. I am a fan. So I don't care about being friends with people in power and coaches and players. And I don't care about that. Like, I'm not doing this to be buddy-buddy with people. I'm doing this because I want to win. And I would really like to wear the red jerseys while we're at it. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number. Corey Curtis News 2. Ian, I don't think Corey Curtis knows what he's walking into today on the program.
I'll try and warn him a little bit.
Corey Curtis will join us next here on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. We are live from First Horizon Park here on the program. The NCAA men's basketball tournament, all of our updates presented by Toyota. That's right. Fuel your adrenaline at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Also brought to you by TheNewCumberland.com, Twin Peaks, and Bet365. Tune in later tonight till 102.5 The Game as Vandy Baseball takes on Arkansas. Pregame at 6:45. First pitch at 7 o'clock. Coverage also available on the 102.5 The Game app and at thegamenashville.com. By the way, at 4 o'clock, we will have the Stillman and Company mock draft 1.0 on Ian Safar's final day as a member of the Stillman and Company program. Ian will be moving to Robbie and Rex Road in the mornings, and we will miss him very, very much. Corey Curtis, News 2, joins us on the program. I should note that our research and development team has what? What are you oh-godding?
Because you never have anything nice to say to start with, so let's just get this over with.
Well, so our research and development team apparently has been at it behind the scenes. Apparently, nobody can find the tweet that I sent in which I said that Jeffrey Simmons stinks.
Have not found it.
Jeffrey Simmons' Instagram. And again, I'm not saying I didn't say it because I don't know if I said it, and it does sound like something that I might say. I'd like to know the context behind it, but I would not capitalize the S in stinks. That I would either capitalize the whole word or I don't capitalize non-proper nouns, and that's a verb, not a, that's not a noun, so I wouldn't capitalize it. But Corey, I guess I actually want to start here, not on the Jeffrey Simmons front, but are the Titans, if you had to risk your career, if this were not the Titans, where who knows, what's going on around there, but a real normal organization, and you had to risk your career on Cam Ward, who, by all accounts, is the best quarterback of a bad class and maybe the best player of a bad draft class, would you do it? Because if they take Cam Ward, they can say whatever they want. They're trying to work a trade. That's why I think they're telling everyone, oh, we'd be willing to trade. I mean, you have to knock our socks off, but we'd be willing to trade. But I almost feel like that's them saying they don't love him. And if I didn't love him, I don't think I could take him number one. How do you see it?
Well, I mean, I think that's the number one thing is, do you love him or not? Because you bring up the rest of the draft class, the rest of the court, none of that matters. All that matters is Cam Ward and how you feel about him. It doesn't matter how good anybody else is. If you think he is a quarterback to take you to the level you want to get to, then you take him. But if he's not, then you don't. And you load up with picks. I hate to make it that simple, but it's that simple. It's that simple. Either you think he's a franchise quarterback, or you don't. And if you don't think he's a franchise quarterback, you take the best trade you can get and you move out. Whether they're playing games right now to do that, only they know. But I don't like to overcomplicate it, more than that. If you don't think he's a franchise quarterback, you can't take him. Okay. And you would be silly to not get more picks for him.
What if there's just not more picks to be had? I mean, I threw out a trade package yesterday on the program where the Giants, who have 2 third-round picks this year, trade 1, 2, 3, plus 1 next year, plus a 2 in 2027, which, again, is really more like a 4th-round pick because you have to wait 2 years in order to use it. But it would, fit the mold of what Chad Brinker says he's looking for, which are all those top 100 picks over the next 3 years. So 1, 2, 3 this year, plus a 1 next year. And the Giants get Cam Ward. That is a trade they would have made last year for Drake May. In fact, we have the audio. We've seen the video of Joe Shane trying to make that trade for Drake May last year. What if nobody else loves Cam Ward either? And you're stuck there at number 1, then what do? You don't have a quarterback. So then are you backed into the corner of having to take Cam Ward?
No. If you don't think he's worth the number 1 pick, then you don't have to take him. You take the best player. You take Travis Hunter, or I know Abdul Carter's got the injury issue now. But you take the guy that you think's the best player. That's what happened to the Chiefs when they took Eric Fisher, right? I mean, he was what they viewed as the best player. Mario Williams was the best player. There are those years where a quarterback, people don't view a quarterback worth taking at number 1. It's like you don't pay a guy $15 million who's worth $5 million. It doesn't make him a $15 million player. It makes him a $5 million player making 15. You pick a quarterback who isn't worth the number 1 pick with the number 1 pick. It doesn't make him better. It just means you paid too much for him. So, if you don't think Cam is the guy, again, it doesn't matter. Look, if you think he's the guy, then it doesn't matter what anybody offers you. you take him. If you don't think he's the guy, then you find the best deal you can get. And if there is no deal to be had, then you take the best player you can get. But taking the wrong guy, and I know, sets you back. Used to be 5 years, now it sets you back 2 or 3.
Yeah, because 2 years from now, everyone will be fired and you'll pick somebody else.
Yes, and before you'd wait 4 years. Now you don't.
Yeah, I Corey Curtis, News 2, with us on the program. So with that being said, what do you kind of make of at least the facade it feels like the Titans are putting on that they are going to draft Cam Ward?
Well, I mean, look, whether it's a facade or not, I don't know. It seems there's an awful lot of people who like Cam Ward an awful lot right now. And I'm just talking about on the analyst front. They're spending an awful lot of time with him, which is what they have to do. That's what their job is. I would expect them to spend time with his Sanders workout or his workouts next week.
I believe so. It's April something, but I don't know when the month changes, so I think it is.
I would think they would do their due diligence on Shedeur Sanders as well. You can spend this time with these guys. You need to spend it, especially on a position, that is this important. That is this important. And I'm not going to say they wouldn't waste time, but like you're talking about, there's value in putting time into him, even if you're not going to draft him. So there's that as well. But look, the kid can play. I like his makeup as a person. That's not everything, but it is definitely a thing. I like his track record. So I certainly think he is worthy of this consideration that they're putting into it. Again, only they're going to know in their viewpoint. And look, you could ask 32 teams and have 32 different answers on what you think Cam Ward is. Oh, the only one that matters is Mike Borgonzi and Chad Brinker and what they think. And I don't know. I mean, because look, there's a lot of benefit to piling up picks and getting a lot of players. This team needs a lot of players. But as a person who's grown up with a football team that had players and no quarterback, I also understand the value of having the quarterback. You got to have one. I mean, the number of Super Bowls that Trent Dilfer and Joe Flacco won are minute, and they're with one team.
Mm-hmm. Corey Curtis, News 2, is with us on the program. If you were running the board, would Abdul Carter be off of it after not performing at his pro day, after finding another injury at the combine?
Yeah, I wasn't that concerned before, but when you tell me he's going to work out and now he's not working out, now I've got a little bit more issue. Again, I need to have my doctors look at him and give me the report on what they think. But I definitely, when you're talking about number one overall, especially this organization with some of the players that they've taken in the first round the last few years, you look, there are places to take chances. The number one pick is not it.
Corey, I am doing the mock draft for ESPN Radio representing the Nashville market. I am going to pick Cam Ward number one overall for two reasons. Number one, I think that's what's likely to happen, and I don't want to ruin the mock draft for everybody else. But number two, I don't know who I would take if I didn't take Cam Ward because, again, Abdul Carter's hurt. Travis Hunter plays corner, and I don't value corner that much. I am not a Shedeur Sanders fan. Ashton Genty might be the best player in the draft. He's a running back. I wouldn't take a running back.
Did you see his film the other day? Wow.
Yeah, he's a beast. So I
ask you, really good.
If you were in that position, if you have the number one pick and you were doing a mock draft for somebody else, would you have Cam Ward going number one to the Titans?
Yes, I would, because it's the most logical pick right now. I mean, you could certainly argue trade. You could argue Travis Hunter. I mean, we all agree Travis Hunter is the best player in the draft, right?
Yes, but I mean, again, he's a corner. Like the kicker might be the best.
But that's what I'm saying. Regardless of the position, we say so. You could make that argument for Travis Hunter. But I think, whether it's the Titans or somebody else, somebody's going to take Cam Ward first overall. And, right now, a team that just won 3 games, I would have to lean to the Tennessee Titans taking him.
Fireball Hot Take Friday. What's your hot take this week?
You know what? I've been at this a long time, and that just means I've seen a lot. And people get hired and fired for a lot of reasons. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, and most of them are really, you know, none of our business. It's just the way people are operating their business and the way they do things. But there is something to how you show somebody the door. And when people are with you for 28 years through the good times and the bad times, and they are a loyal soldier, you like to think they deserve more than thanks for being with us. The door's that way.
Do you think, again, I don't want you to cross any lines you don't want to cross, but don't you think that the firing of Robbie Bourne and the way that it all went down and everything else, and because again, everybody that doesn't know anything about Robbie Bourne or who the PR director was will just say, oh, I don't care about the PR director, and I get that.
Yeah.
But don't you think that that is an alarming sign as far as the organization is concerned?
Well, we saw with Haas, the equipment guy, who showed up for work and Vrabel told him the door's that way, you're done. And, you know, Anthony, the film guy, also got let go after a very, very long tenure. And look, like I say, I understand that in this business, when you have a change of leadership, that you have changes underneath there. It's inevitable. It is. And so when you go into these jobs, you go in understanding the dangers that come with them. We have it in our jobs. I mean, I know, you know, I have a news director. He's been there a long time, but if he retires, I could be fired in a week. The next guy could have his guy and want him to come in. And I understand that. It stinks, but it's part of the business. And so for people like Robbie and Anthony and Haas, that's the reality of the business. And I've accepted that. But what I don't accept is just telling him after 28 years, thanks. I would think there's a better way to handle it. And maybe Robbie didn't want anything more. I don't know. I mean, I talked to Robbie briefly about it, but you know, for a family-run organization, I'd like to see more.
I can't disagree. You know, I will just say it like this. I've talked to coaches that are unhappy about or feel like Robbie got disrespected. We had Chris Sanders on the show. He couldn't believe it. I said this. Chris Sanders is the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah,
PK
he
is
is
the meanest guy in the world. And they're both pissed off about it. So what's that tell you?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
well,
no,
like I said, I mean, when people told me about it and I first saw it, I said, yes, this is what happens. But again, what angers me is he shows up one day and then that's it. I mean, Rand Carthon got a walk on a red carpet and a standing ovation, and he hadn't done a darn thing yet.
Corey Curtis, News 2, well said on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. Corey, appreciate it as always, bud.
All right, thanks. Talk to you later.
Yep. You know, I wasn't going to ask Corey specifically about the Robbie Bourne thing for two reasons. Number one, I think that the audience, I do see the text messages like, I don't care about the PR director. And I mean, I've complained enough about that this week. No matter how wrong I think it is, no matter how much of a sign I think this organization is, just when you think it can't get lower, it gets lower. And I think that that is a pinnacle of the state of this organization. But also because Corey does do some work with the team, and I don't want to jeopardize any of that and put him in a situation where, and he volunteered it, which again, I think shows you how big of a mistake all of us think the Titans are making. Everybody that knows the situation can't believe what the Titans are doing. It's unbelievable. 615-737-1025 is the phone number. 615-737-1025. We will get to your phones. Plus, I have a hypothetical Cam Ward trade. And I don't know if this is going to be on the table or not. Your reaction to it, though, is at least notable. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game. I love Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Why? Because Hiller takes great care of my home, and they can do the exact same for you. Look, nobody wants to deal with a plumbing, HVAC, or electrical emergency, especially during March Madness when we all just want to sit there and watch hoops. Got it. Most of the time, too, you don't know what it'll cost to get these things fixed, if it will get fixed correctly, or if someone is just trying to sell you something. When you call Hiller, their experts are going to solve those problems very quickly. The price you're told is the price you'll actually pay, with no hidden fees or surprises on your bill. So book online now at happyhiller.com. That's happyhiller.com. That's how I book when I book with Hiller. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Proud supporters of the Preds, Vandy, and pulling hard tonight for the Tennessee Volunteers. Hiller, call the Happy Face Truck today.
A big haul. I think the reason they're throwing it out there is because they don't have a big haul. And they like Cam Ward because they saw him throw in shorts, and they went down and watched him throw in shorts again. I think when you're going first, and I've gone first, you got a real trepidation about the potential for great success. And if you think you got any doubt in your mind, you're nervous about doing it. You've already got a failed draft pick on your roster, although he was a second-round pick. So you're getting nervous, and Yeah. Would you take a big haul? Yeah. Are you going to get a big haul? Nope. You're not going to get one. So get ready to draft them. That's what I'll tell you on that one.
That was Pat Kerwin on Sirius XM NFL Radio. PK saying, yeah, you're not going to get a big haul. But again, desperate times call for desperate measures. And the Titans are not desperate. The Giants are desperate. And so I put up a poll this morning on Twitter. I've been very disappointed by some of my recent Twitter polls. You know, earlier this week, we put one up there about who was going to be a better NFL quarterback, Cam Ward or Drake May. And I think it was 60% of you said Cam Ward. I'm like, you people. Then yesterday I asked which jerseys you like more, the light blue or the navy blue. And I think like 55% said the light blue. And again, I'm like, oh, you people. So I put up a poll earlier today. And I said, if the Giants were to offer, which again, I think is the package they would have been willing to deal. In fact, I'm almost certain, based upon what we saw on Hard Knocks, the package the Giants were willing to offer the Patriots last year. If the Giants were willing to offer you 3, 34, 99, which is in the third round, a first rounder next year, and a second rounder in 2027 for the number 1 pick, which would be Cam Ward. And I just threw in, Ian, a 2026 fourth, because you know how these teams are. They always want like one extra pick back to balance, whatever. So again, 1, 2, 3 this year. Granted, they do have 65 in the third round, but I'm going to settle for 99 in the third round. 1, 2, 3 this year, 1 next year, and a 2 years from now. For Cam Ward, would you trade it or would you take Cam Ward? 75% of the people say would trade. 25% said they would take Cam Ward. 25% of you think that Cam Ward, who again, according to Mel Kiper Jr., does not have a higher grade than J.J. McCarthy, who according to scouts and executives and analysts, the ESPN, talking about NFL scouts and executives, that ESPN polled, said that Anthony Richardson and that Bo Nix were better prospects coming out than you would take over that massive haul. You people. I mean, it's just crazy. Let's go to your phones. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Let's go to Jansen, who's been waiting patiently on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. Jansen, thank you for calling. You go ahead.
I'll tell you what the Titans should do is trade back, get what they can in draft capital, take Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State. He's more of a Swiss Army knife than Travis Hunter would be, because he can play the offensive line. He can be a receiver, H-back. He has thrown the football some in the college football ranks too. But that's what I would do, have a bridge quarterback for this year and draft one next year.
I'm not against that philosophy. I mean, again, I would have done it differently from the start, and I appreciate your call, Jansen. I would have done it differently from the start, so I wouldn't have to go get a bridge quarterback right now, but I would have had a Daniel Jones signed on the team. I'd have again, I would have signed Sam Darnold, and so he'd be my quarterback, and I wouldn't have to. But Aaron Rodgers is still out there. Again, it looks like he's going to the Steelers, so I wouldn't think much of him. I think if you were to make a trade with the Giants, you could probably get Jameis Winston too. And Jameis would want to come here because he'd want to play quarterback as opposed to be the third stringer in New York. So at least, kind of keep that in mind. But I do agree with the philosophy. Warren is a player that I like. I wouldn't take him number 1 overall, but you don't have to take him number 1 overall if you trade back. Let's go to Kenny the mailman, who is up next here on the program. Kenny, thank you for calling and thank you for waiting. You go ahead.
How you doing, good friend? I just wanted to take a minute. I've called local shows for 40 years, national shows. I'm so thankful that you bragged on Ian earlier and what talked about I love behind the scenes people. No one I've ever called has treated me with more dignity, courtesy, and respect. He would learn people's names and get you on the air. And I just want to let you know, not only for that, but the reason he's moving, I've appreciated it. And he was a big part of your show, because every now and then when you say something outlandish, you'd turn and say, Ian, do you support me? And he'd go, some people would, or maybe in a certain circumstance. He was so diplomatic, he never did say, what are you talking about? But I did want to take a minute and let a behind-the-scenes person know how much he's meant to us. Y'all have a great day.
Kenny, well said. Ian, your reaction?
Well, it's very nice of Kenny. I mean, yeah, I do like to, recognize the callers when they call in. There are certain callers when I answer the phone, we know who they are, and they don't have to give their name. They can just say what's up or hey or whatever. And I like that. I like being able to do that. I like the regular callers and the people who call in, and behind the scenes stuff. For me, it was always just trying to be consistent. I just want to be consistent. I want everybody to know what we're going to get on a day-to-day basis. And I want us to sound the same, sound good, and sound consistent. And so that was, behind the scenes, that was one of my main things.
I will say this. When it comes to Ian's diplomatic reaction, I used to think
Oh, yeah, that part.
that it was Ian's contract, that he had to agree with Floyd whenever we would get in an argument, and I would look for Ian to mediate this argument between the old man and I, because sometimes he'd be off his rocker and say things like, NFL teams don't tank. It's like, old man.
Or what's his name? Matt Castle can make every throw we'd ask Marcus to make.
Oh, that was Blaine Gabbert. Yeah.
Gabbert. Oh, Matt Castle. Yeah.
That was a good one. And I would be like, Ian. And I thought it was in Ian's contract that he had to agree with Floyd, because he always agreed with Floyd. So that the one time Ian didn't kind of budge was when Floyd, this was in 2019, and Mariota was kind of on the hot seat as the quarterback. And the Titans are getting ready to play with the Broncos. And this shows you how far we've come in terms of topic choice over the years. But we had a topic of who's the better quarterback, Mariota or Joe Flacco. And Floyd, this was actually Mariota's last start for the Titans. But Floyd was like, I don't know if I can say Marcus is better than Joe Flacco. And I was like, you hate Joe Flacco. So what's that tell you about Mariota? He's like, I don't hate Joe Flacco. And I was like, Ian, doesn't he hate Joe Flacco? And Ian was like, yeah, Floyd, you've been pretty hard on Joe Flacco. And I was like, it's not in your contract to agree with Floyd. But I guess I was just wrong that many times. So again, Ian's going to the morning show. He's not moving on forever, but it is his last day on the Stillman & Company program. 615-737-1025. We continue on. Stillman & Company, 1025 The Game. give something away right now. Be caller 5 at 615-737-1025, and you'll win a pair of tickets to see Cake at Ascend Amphitheater on Saturday, April 19th. Good luck there. Our NCAA tournament updates are presented by Toyota. Fuel your adrenaline at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Also brought to you by thenewcumberland.com, Twin Peaks, and Bet365. So I do want to get a tournament thought in here before we get to the Stillman and Company mock draft 1.0 coming up at the top of the hour. So last night, I was kind of keeping up with the basketball for the early games, but I was at the Predators game. It was Jelly Roll night. My girlfriend oversees Canada for Jelly Roll's record label. And so it was a big night in the Stillman household where the two worlds kind of collided. And we had a great time at the game last night. By the way, perfect performance from the Predators, where they played really, really close and really, really hard and still lost in regulation. And so the ping pong balls are starting to add up, which is what we really need. But I did get home for the late games. And Duke, Arizona, I watched a little bit of. I had the multi-view going on YouTube TV. And so I'm watching Duke, Arizona. Duke's the better team, and Duke took care of business. And so after about 3 minutes of having the two games next to each other, I immediately went to Texas Tech, Arkansas. And Arkansas was just beating the crap out of Texas Tech. And I said yesterday on the program that now that John Calipari is no longer at Kentucky, I can't explain it, but I used to enjoy Cal's misery at Kentucky. And I used to enjoy the Kentucky fans' misery with Calipari as their coach. But now that Calipari's at Arkansas, I kind of like Calipari. I certainly was rooting for him against Pitino in the second round of the tournament. And while I'm rooting for Tennessee tonight because I think Rick Barnes is an all-time good guy, and I think this is a very likable Tennessee team, I don't hate Mark Pope and I don't hate Kentucky. I'm not, going to be so giddy and excited if they lose tonight. I'm not. The way I would have been like last year when they lost to Oakland. But last night, watching that meltdown, I thought Arkansas's got a top 10 roster in college basketball. I watched that game last night. I thought Arkansas was about to house Texas Tech. I thought it was going to be a game where Texas Tech, goes from 16 to 9 to 13 to 11 to 14 and they never really cut it to 3 or 4, real striking distance. And even with a minute to go, it still felt like Arkansas had enough of a bubble that they were going to survive. And yet, as Arkansas choked that game away in classic John Calipari fashion, whether it's the national title game at Memphis against Kansas, whether it was the national semifinal with an undefeated Kentucky team loaded with future NBA All-Stars against Wisconsin, that was a typical John Calipari meltdown. And I enjoyed every second of it. And here I am. Again, I'm not even happy today Cal got put out. But in the moment, watching the game last night, I can't tell you what it was. I don't know what it was inside of me. But watching Texas Tech come back and watching Calipari fall apart on the sideline again, I was like, I loved every second of it. I don't know what it was, but it was enjoyable for me last night. Also, Alabama, 25 3-pointers. Holy crap. Here's the problem, though. What I've learned in life. Ian, when you live by the 3, what happens to you on the other side of that?
Oh, yeah. You got one bad night. That's that.
So 25 3-pointers last night. I mean, holy crap. And I think I may owe the SEC an apology because I was like, all right, SEC, let's see the SEC actually, play to this
You
standard.
said people made it up.
I did. I thought it was just, we're the best. Well, Florida's in there. Alabama's in there. Arkansas should have been in there. Auburn's going to be in there.
One of Tennessee or Kentucky will be in there.
One of Tennessee or Kentucky will be in there. I mean, the reason that Duke's going unscathed is they don't have to play the SEC, apparently. And if they did, it was going to be Mississippi State. We'll see how they do against Alabama. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number. But coming up next, Mock Draft 1.0 on the Stillman and Company program. 1025, 1063 The Game. Stillman and Company, 1025, 1063 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. We are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee, and it is a Fireball Hot Take Friday live from First Horizon Park. Sounds season opener tonight right here at First Horizon as they get you set for the baseball season. But for us, it is mock draft season, and it is the Stillman and Company Mock Draft 1.0. I told the story earlier today on the program that this all started last year. I did my first mock draft. Why? Because I got a puppy, and I knew I was getting a puppy at 5 in the morning on a Wednesday. We were going to be here out at the ballpark on that Wednesday, and I wanted to do as little work as possible during the day, get all the work done at night, and be ready to go so I could get my puppy and play with my puppy and then do the show and get back to my puppy. And it ended up getting pushed back a little bit because, well, Stephon Diggs got traded to the Texans. But we were ready to go with our first ever mock draft. We did about 3 of these last year. So this is the Stillman and Company Mock Draft 1.0. And we start at the very, very top, which normally is not the Titans, but in this era of Titan football, we should probably get used to it. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock. And with the first pick in the Stillman and Company mock draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami. As Ian said in the update, they sent the whole brigade back to South Florida. It looks like a duck. It quacks like a duck. They don't have a quarterback. It will be Cam Ward. And you guys will think that they have drafted the next John Elway, in spite of the fact that Cam Ward doesn't seem to profile to be the next John Elway. That puts the Cleveland Browns on the clock at number 2. And with the second overall pick in the 2025 NFL mock draft, the Cleveland Browns select Abdul Carter, edge rusher out of Penn State. Now, I wouldn't take Abdul Carter because Abdul Carter, in my opinion, is hurt. And so I wouldn't be interested in Abdul Carter. I would go with a guy that's healthier. But again, stupid teams take injured players, and the Cleveland Browns are absolutely stupid. The third pick in the draft, the New York Giants are on the clock. And this is the first one where I started to think, do I go Shedeur Sanders here? And Mike Vrabel in New England, he is just sitting there. He is just foaming at the mouth saying, please take Shedeur Sanders number 3. I think that fan base in New York is thinking, please take Shedeur Sanders number 3. The New York Giants, with the 3rd overall pick in the 2025 NFL draft, select Travis Hunter, corner out of Colorado. Now, I think they'll play Travis Hunter at wide receiver. I think they need a wide receiver 1. Ultimately, I think Joe Shane and his group will say, we have an elite grade on Hunter. We don't have one on Sanders. We're not going to force it at quarterback. We didn't force it last year. We're not going to force it this year. And if we get fired, we get fired. But we're taking the best player. And in this case, they think it's Travis Hunter. And this was a tough one for me, which now puts Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots on the clock at number 4 overall. And Mike Vrabel is beside himself. Mike Vrabel wanted one of the two, Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. If you could get Travis Hunter, he'd play him at wide receiver. If you could get Abdul Carter, even though he's hurt, he'd play him at pass rusher. Again, Mike Vrabel's team drafted Caleb Farley. He's not against hurt players. But because both Carter and Hunter are off the board, Ian, we have a trade.
Fun.
The Las Vegas Raiders trade with the New England Patriots and send number 6 overall and number 68 overall to the New England Patriots. Vrabel picks up a high 3rd round pick to move back to 6 because the Las Vegas Raiders are making sure that they get ahead of the Jets to draft Shedeur Sanders, quarterback out of Colorado. Dion couldn't be happier. Again, remember what TD said. Tom Brady has endorsed Shedeur Sanders. Tom Brady's helping make the pick. Geno Smith is on essentially a 1-year contract here. They say there will be an extension, But Geno will start, Shedeur will sit and be the backup, but Shedeur Sanders at 4 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. The reason the Raiders had to get to 4, number one, Vrabel wants to trade out. With Hunter and Carter gone, he wants to trade back. Number 2, the Jets are at 7. The Jets are not going to trade with the Patriots at 4, but they will trade with Jacksonville at 5. So the Raiders have to get ahead of Jacksonville in order to make the pick for Shedeur Sanders to keep the Jets or the Saints at 9 away from getting up and getting that pick. Jacksonville is on the clock with the 5th overall pick in the draft, and they stick and pick, and this will be a shocker, Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State. They released Evan Ingram. They've got Trevor Lawrence, who's not really a young quarterback anymore. They do have a need at wide receiver, but with Brian Thomas Jr. in place, they go with the best player, in this case on the offensive side of the ball, and that is Tyler Warren. They've already signed up some of their tackles, so I believe that Tyler Warren is the pick with the 5th overall selection. New England is on the clock at 6 overall. Now, I did a lot of thinking about this because a lot of people would say, Mason Graham is on the board. Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan, is on the board. The tackle, and they need a left tackle, Will Campbell is on the board. Membu, the tackle from Missouri, is on the board. But Ian, I thought about this. Will Campbell's got 33 at best inch arms.
So that's
not good enough. So, and we know Vrabel, he cares about that because he wouldn't play Peter Skoronski at left tackle. Who was, in Mike Vrabel's coaching career, who was the most important, most impactful, and single best player that Mike Vrabel has ever coached?
A.J. Brown? Derrick Henry?
I would say it's Derrick Henry.
Yeah, Derrick Henry probably, yeah.
So Mike Vrabel at 6 selects
okay.
Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise State. That's a shocker, but should it be? They've got a young quarterback. Vrabel was there in New England when Tom Brady ascended. It's not by throwing the ball 100 times a game. It's by running and playing defense. Vrabel's going to treat Ashton Genty as his Derrick Henry, and he's going to run the crap out of him. And so I think Genty might be the best player in this draft. I wouldn't take a running back number 1 overall. But again, they're not taking him number 1 overall. They're taking him 6th, and they've already traded back and picked up an extra 3rd-round pick that allows Vrabel to be able to take the best player on the board. Ashton Genty, the running back, goes to 6, acquired from Los Angeles. The Jets are on the clock at 7, and they select tackle Will Campbell out of LSU. Again, I don't think he can play left tackle, but they don't need him to play left tackle. They've got Olu Fashanu, so they can play him at left tackle, and they can play Will Campbell at right tackle, taking over for the departed Morgan Moses. Carolina on the clock at 8. They need a corner to go opposite J.C. Horn. They go with Jahadi Barron, the corner out of Texas. He's got shorter arms, but he ran very well. So they will go with Jahadi Barron. Some people think Will Johnson's the top corner. I'll go Jahadi Barron here to the Panthers. Number 9, New Orleans. We have a trade. New Orleans is trading out of the 9th pick. We've talked about New Orleans trading up. They trade out. Indianapolis foaming at the mouth, seeing that Mason Graham, the defensive lineman from Michigan, has fallen all the way to 9. Offer a massive package, 14 and 45 in the 2nd round for 9 and 112 in the 4th round. And they go to 9. The Indianapolis Colts select Mason Graham, the defensive lineman out of Michigan. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock. They've got Darnell Wright at right tackle. They brought in Joe Thuney. They signed a center from the Falcons. They are clearly going in on the offensive line as far as Caleb Williams is concerned. And the best pure left tackle prospect in this draft is still on the board. And yes, I know they've got a left tackle, but he's not very good. So they're going to go with Armand Membu out of Missouri with the 10th overall pick in the NFL draft. That puts San Francisco on the clock at 11. Again, I'm kind of surprised I see San Francisco at 11. I'm like, I'm not used to San Fran at 11. San Francisco at 11. They need a corner. Will Johnson, who many people thought going into the draft process, many people thought that Will Johnson was going to be the top corner off the board. Jahadi Barron at Texas passed him. But San Francisco needing a corner goes Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan, with the 11th overall pick. That takes us to Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, who are on the clock at 12 overall. And the Dallas Cowboys need an edge rusher. DeMarcus Lawrence is gone. Micah Parsons needs a new contract. They need an edge rusher. And there are a bunch on the board. Granted, not Abdul Carter level, but there are a bunch on the board. And they go with the guy I think is the most talented. There are some off-the-field concerns here, but it's Jerry Jones. What does he care? James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee at 12. Now, that is a shocker. But James Pierce Jr. at 12 goes off the board from Tennessee to the Dallas Cowboys. Miami on the clock at 13. They lost safety Javon Holland in free agency. They need a safety. The best player on the board at this point is Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia. That's an easy one. Miami with the 13th overall pick in the Stillman and Company mock draft goes Malachi Starks out of Georgia. New Orleans is on the clock at 14. They traded back with Indianapolis, and they picked up an extra second-round pick. And that gives them enough to overdraft a quarterback. With the 14th overall pick, the New Orleans Saints select Jackson Dart, the quarterback out of Ole Miss. They know at this point, if we don't take him, Pittsburgh or somebody else will take him in the 20s. New Orleans has picked up an extra second by moving back with Indianapolis, and they take Jackson Dart at 14. Atlanta is on the clock at 15, but we have a trade. Sean Payton sees a wide receiver he's got to have. Cortland Sutton's the main guy there. They've traded away Jerry Jeudy. They got the Mims kid they like. But Luther Burden III, Sean Payton just can't. He's got to take him. Sean Payton offers 20 and 81 in the third round to move up to 15 with Atlanta to take Luther Burden III out of Ole Miss. I don't buy this stuff, that Luther Burden's going to fall to the second round. No. Luther Burden off the board at 15. Arizona on the clock at 16. And we have a trade. Tampa Bay moves up with Arizona, and they pick Jihad Campbell, the linebacker out of Alabama. Tampa's got to eventually replace Levante David and those guys in the middle. Jihad Campbell out of Alabama has tested incredibly well. Tampa wants to get ahead of Cincinnati, who's got the 17th pick in the draft. They want to get ahead of Seattle. They do it by making the trade and moving up and taking Jihad Campbell. So the first half of the Stillman and Company mock draft, Cam Ward 1, Abdul Carter 2, Travis Hunter 3, Shedeur Sanders to the Raiders in a trade at 4, Tyler Warren to Jacksonville at 5, Ashton Genty to Vrabel and the Patriots at 6, Will Campbell to the Jets at 7, Jahadi Barron to the Panthers at 8, Mason Graham to the Colts and a trade up with New Orleans at 9, Armad Membu, the tackle, to the Bears at 10, Will Johnson, the corner, to the 49ers at 11, James Pierce out of Tennessee to the Cowboys at number 12, Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia, 13 to the Dolphins, Jackson Dart, the third quarterback off the board, to New Orleans at 14, Luther Burden, the third, the wide receiver out of Missouri at 15 to Denver, and Jihad Campbell to Tampa Bay at 16. The second half of the mock draft 1.0 is next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Stillman and Company mock draft to 1.0. Again, to recap, we've gone through the first 16 picks. Tennessee goes Cam Ward at 1. Cleveland, Abdul Carter at 2. New York goes Travis Hunter at 3. A trade, Vegas takes Shedeur Sanders at number 4. Jacksonville takes Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State at 5. Vrabel trades back and takes Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise State at 6. Will Campbell, the tackle at 7 from LSU, goes to the Jets. Carolina at 8, Jahadi Barron, the corner from Texas. Indianapolis trades up with New Orleans at 9. They take Mason Graham, the defensive lineman out of Michigan. Chicago takes Armand Membu, the tackle out of Missouri at 10. Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan, goes to San Francisco at 11. Dallas replaces DeMarcus Lawrence with James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee at 12. Georgia safety Malachi Starks goes off the board at 13 to Miami. New Orleans, who added a second-round pick in their trade with Indianapolis, goes Jackson Dart at 14. Luther Burden III goes at 15 to Denver. Meanwhile, Tampa Bay trades up with Arizona to 16 to take Jahad Campbell, the linebacker out of Alabama. That puts the Bengals on the clock at 17. They take the best player available, Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas. Now, they're going to play him at guard originally because they've got Orlando Brown at left tackle. And they've got Amarius Mims, who they drafted last year at right tackle. But Banks is insurance for both tackles. They will develop him to be a tackle eventually, but they're going to play him at guard at first. But he's the best player for them at that spot. Cincinnati goes Kelvin Banks at 17. Seattle at 18 overall. They need an edge rusher. They go with Mike Green, the edge rusher out of Marshall. Again, very, very good physical prospect. Arizona is at 19 after trading with Tampa Bay. They need a defensive lineman. Kenneth Grant out of Michigan goes off the board at 19 to Arizona. And Atlanta at 20, they needed a receiver, but they traded back with Denver to pick up a third rounder in the deal that allowed Denver to take Luther Burden because they want Matthew Golden. They want Drake London on one side and the speed of Matthew Golden on the other for Michael Penix. Matthew Golden from Texas, the wide receiver, goes 20th to Atlanta. Green Bay trades up to 21 with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, they have needs, but there's not a player there that they want. Meanwhile, the Chargers, who have to have a wide receiver, and this is why the run on receiver is starting to happen, because the Chargers have to have a wide receiver. Green Bay at 23 trades a fourth. They jump up to 21 to take Teterio McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona. It would not surprise me if McMillan falls even further after running a 4.55 at the combine. However, his ball skills are elite. Green Bay needs a receiver. They want to jump the Chargers, and the Chargers are fine with that at 22. Because, again, as this run on receivers, Matthew Golden goes off the board. McMillan goes off the board. The Chargers go off the board. And this is going to piss some Michigan people off because Jim Harbaugh is going to take with the 22nd pick in the draft, Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver out of Ohio State. Now, I love Matthew Golden, but I also love Emeka Egbuka. Very productive at Ohio State. With great players on his team, he was always somebody standing out. Pittsburgh is on the clock at 23. They don't need a tackle, but Troy Fautanu got hurt last year. Broderick Jones was okay at right tackle. He's going to slot in at left tackle this year to replace Dan Moore Jr. They go with Josh Simmons, the tackle of Ohio State. If Simmons had not gotten hurt, Simmons would have been the first tackle off the board this year. He goes at 23 to Pittsburgh, who, again, just keeps going tackle until they get it right. Minnesota at 24. They've got J.J. McCarthy as their quarterback of the future. They've got Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson, Christian Darrisaw returns, Brian Flores' defense. They need a running back. Omarion Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina, goes to Minnesota at 24. Houston is on the clock at 25. Houston is left out of the receiver mix. They tried to trade in there ahead of Emeka Egbuka, but they couldn't. Because with Egbuka as the last guy on the board, the Chargers were not trading that pick. They'll go Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan. He may be one of the better players left on the board Yes, they have Dalton Schultz at tight end. Yes, they have needs on the offensive line, but they take Colston Loveland, BPA, to be the long-term tight end answer with C.J. Stroud. The Rams are picking at 26. They can't believe it. The Rams are sitting here. The Eagles are dialing the phone, trying to get in here, saying, please pick up the phone. The Rams take Jalen Walker, the inside backer. He's the inside-outside backer. Georgia with the 26th pick, still on the board. 27, the Ravens. Again, Philly's calling, saying, please let us get this pick. Baltimore says no. Baltimore takes Mykel Williams out of Georgia. Now, again, injuries plagued him just like they did Josh Simmons, but he might have been a top 15 pick, top 10 pick if it wasn't for the injuries. Mykel Williams goes at 27 to the Ravens, and Lord have mercy, you know the Ravens are going to develop him. Meanwhile, Detroit at 28, they need edge rusher help. And edge rushers are starting to come off the board. They need edge rusher help. Aiden Hutchinson will return from injury, but they know they've got to get one now, and they go with Donovan Ezaraku, the edge rusher out of Boston College with the 28th pick. They couldn't trade out of it. Washington needs an edge rusher. Buffalo wants to go edge rusher. You could even see maybe Philadelphia trading up there and getting in the edge rusher mix, but Detroit goes with Donovan Ezaraku with the 28th overall pick in the draft. Washington does need an edge rusher at 29. So I don't know when we got zapped, but we got zapped here on Stillman and Company. But it is what it is. So where we were on the draft, you know what, Ian, let's take another quick time out and try to get this figured out. Here on Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
it makes perfect sense to overdraft a little bit. Now, does it make sense to draft a guy, one, who probably would have gone 10th, 11th, 12th, 15th? Probably not. And I owe Mitch Trubisky an apology every time I mention his name because I keep picking on the poor guy, and it's not his fault. But the fact of the matter is he should not have been drafted anywhere before the bottom of the first round based on his performance. He was drafted on potential only, and it didn't work out well. That's the danger of it. But when you're sitting without a quarterback, and you say to yourself, should we take a chance here? Should we gamble? The answer is probably yes, as long as you're not giving up a lot to go up and get the guy. If you're giving up a king's ransom to go up and get a questionable guy, the answer to that is probably no. But don't mortgage the future to take a chance guy, but otherwise, go ahead. You might hit.
There you go. That was Bill Polian on Sirius XM NFL Radio, and I want to apologize for the difficulties that I had right there. And I want to thank Jeff Hem here at First Horizon Park for getting me back up on the air. But we were in the middle of our mock draft, and so now I'm just going to run through it. Where, again, the Titans take Cam Ward at 1, the Browns take Abdul Carter at 2, the Giants take Travis Hunter at 3. They wanted to take Shedeur Sanders, but they just can't take him at 3. The Raiders trade up to 4 for Shedeur Sanders. Meanwhile, the Jags take Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State, at 5. Mike Vrabel takes Ashton Jeanty, the running back out of Boise State, at 6. Will Campbell, the tackle out of LSU, goes at 7 to the Jets. Jahadi Barron, the corner from from Texas, goes to Carolina at 8. Indy trades up to 9. Mason Graham, the defensive lineman out of Michigan, goes there. Armand Membu, the tackle from Missouri, goes to the Bears at 10. Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan, goes at 11 to San Francisco. James Pierce Jr., the edge rusher out of Tennessee, goes to Dallas at 12. Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, goes to Miami at 13. New Orleans traded back to 14. They take Jackson Dart, the quarterback out of Ole Miss. Meanwhile, Denver trades up Luther Burden at 15, the wide receiver from Missouri. Jahad Campbell at 16 to Tampa Bay, the linebacker out of Alabama. Tet McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona, to Green Bay at 21, who trades up with Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Emeka Ibuka, the wide receiver out of Ohio State, at 22 to the Chargers. Josh Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State, at 23 to the Steelers. Amarian Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina, to the Vikings at 24. Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, to the Texans at 25. Jalen Walker, the linebacker out of Georgia, at 26 to the Rams. Michael Williams from Georgia at 27 to the Ravens. Donovan Ezaraku, the edge rusher from Boston College, at 28 to the Lions. Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher out of A&M, at 29 to Washington. Landon Jackson, it's a TD pick right there, at 30 to Buffalo from Arkansas. Kansas City got to go offensive line. Greg Zabel, the tackle, he's really a guard, goes to Kansas City at 31. And Josh Connerly Jr., the tackle out of Oregon, goes at 32 to the Eagles. They've got a plan for Lane Johnson when he heads out the door. Jason Fitz joins us now. Fitz, that's Stillman and Company mock draft 1.0. So I want to tell you, what do you make of this? I go early on in this mock draft. The Raiders trade to 4 and take Shedeur Sanders. Vrabel takes Ashton Jeanty by moving back at 6. What do you make of it?
I mean, that's tough. I don't think, if you look at Pete Carroll's history, he doesn't love to trade up. And if you look at what the Seahawks usually did, they love taking running backs in the first round. So, I see the math you're putting together. I just think that the Raiders are a lot more comfortable with Geno than most of us think. Like, I think they're comfortable letting Geno ride through the next 3 years. So that means that if they take a quarterback this year or next year, they have a lot of flexibility on it. So, and not for nothing too, like, I just don't know. And I genuinely don't know. Charles Robinson said today on Inside Coverage for Yahoo when we were taping, anybody that tells you that they know what Cleveland's doing is lying to you. Like, there are people that think Cleveland's going to take Shedeur at 2. There's people that think Cleveland's going to try and trade back to take Shedeur. There's people that think they're going to try and take Jackson Dart later in the first round. Like, it's just, it's wild. I just still right now can't find a way that Cleveland doesn't take Shedeur too, even though I think that's a wild reach for him. But I mean, I understand your concept on it, but I don't know. I think Shador. I'd be pretty stunned if he's not gone at 2, just because what else? Who's going to be the quarterback for the Browns this year? Joe Flacco?
Well, let me ask you this question. Who do you think is going to be better long-term, Kenny Pickett or Shador Sanders? And I know that some people would say, well, that's crazy because we know Kenny Pickett sucks, but there's also a chance that Shador sucks.
Yeah, I think Shador is just going to end up like Kenny Pickett, like a backup in the league that's floating around that nobody's really excited about. Like that, I think that sounds pretty accurate. That feels pretty right. So, I'm not sure, to your point, I'm not sure there's huge wins above replacement on that. It just doesn't. Man, I think the stunning part is that Cleveland hasn't been in on anything else. And look, all indications directly from the Falcons are that Atlanta is not going to trade Kirk Cousins. So for everyone that thinks that, no, the inevitability is they're going to trade him, I keep hearing over and over and over again that Arthur Blank looks at it as sunken cost. I already paid this guy. You sold me on a process where we're going to have him in the room for the next couple of years. We have paid for Kirk Cousins to be in this organization. We have to pay him anyway. So why would I let him go somewhere else when, frankly, the only person that benefits is him? I'm going to keep him in the room. I already paid for him. So it would be just gross negligence, wouldn't it? And this one, like the fact that the Titans have done nothing at the quarterback position tells you they're going to draft Cam Ward. To be like, I don't know why we're even thinking that this is a conversation anymore. They're going to draft Cam Ward. Great. The fact is the Browns have done really nothing, Kenny Pickett aside. That doesn't speak to a lot of faith, for Myles Garrett and for that organization.
So, Fitz, in that regard, you brought up the Cam Ward thing. I do wonder this. Why are the Titans telling everybody, yeah, we like Cam Ward, but we'll still take a great package to trade for? I mean, why would you do that if you loved Cam Ward and you were going to take Cam Ward? I mean, the Bengals weren't going to trade Joe Burrow, so what do you make of that?
Yeah, no, I asked that direct question to C-Rob and to a couple other people. And the funny thing is there are people around the league that genuinely believe that the Titans are trying to get the Browns to move up one spot. And in order to move up one spot, they want additional, we're talking about at least an extra first-round pick, So I still think they're trying to leverage somebody into moving up to 1, but and look, I mean, I feel like we'll say this every week until the draft actually happens. If you tell me that the Titans move down to 3 and take the best non-quarterback in this draft, I'd be throwing a parade. Like I'd get the confetti out and I'd throw it. And I know Titans fans don't want to hear that, but I still think that, I'd rather take the best player available that I still think is Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. So, maybe they're trying to get the Giants to move up.
Well, go back to that Browns thing. Go back to that Browns thing about moving back for 1 first-round pick. The Dolphins were at 5 in 2020. They had 3 first-round picks. They offered all 3 to the Bengals. The Bengals did not answer the phone. They were willing to offer more than the 3 for Joe Burrow. Last year, Washington said, don't call us. We're taking Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams, whoever is there at number 2. Like, don't call us. The Giants said last year on Hard Knocks, the Patriots to the Giants, it would take something historic to move out of Drake May. You're saying the Titans are asking for an extra first-round pick to move off of Cam Ward. That tells me they don't want him.
Yeah. It tells me they're not sold on him. It tells me that they're not willing to, you're right. I will say this flat out. You're right. If you're picking at number 1 and you love the guy, and I loved your Washington comp there because as I've told you before, I mean, I had somebody tell me that there was an offer of 3 first-round picks and a second to move up to get Jaden Daniels, and Washington still said, no, we're not even remotely interested. Why? Because they knew they had their guy. And you are right that, frankly, if I'm sitting on the number 1 pick in the draft, the league wouldn't like this, but I'd make it clear as day right now because I just want everybody to understand, this is going to be our future. It's a great sales pitch for the organization. It's great hype for the organization. I think it's a great opportunity for the Titans to get a month worth of conversation right now. When is the last time a team that was quarterback needy with the first overall pick had that quarterback available to them and was never talked about? And you and I have talked about the fact that the Titans don't move the needle, and I've always been very honest about that, but I don't remember a more invisible first overall selection that we're about to get to in this year's draft. If I'm the Titans and I love Cam Ward, I'm changing that trend. I'm starting the Cam Ward hype train right now, and I'm building them up to the fan base. I'm building them up to the league. I'm building my brand up to everybody. I think there's a real opportunity for the organization. So you're right. I'll say this, you're right. If they believed in him the way that, Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams or Joe Burrow or Andrew Luck or all of these guys that we can talk about that were sure, these guys we knew were going to go number 1 overall, the conversation is not the same for Cam Ward.
So you still think Cam Ward's going to go number 1, even though
Yeah.
you're hearing that the Titans would move back to 2 for a first-round pick with Cleveland. Doesn't that sound stupid?
I still think
And I'm not saying what you're saying you're hearing is stupid. I'm saying, doesn't the idea that, okay, well, you know what, we're going to risk our careers, because as a general manager, you only get one shot at this. We're going to risk our careers to take Cam Ward number 1 overall, but we really don't like him enough that we trade him for one extra first-round pick. When, again, Washington, they were fine with risking their careers on Jaden Daniels. They weren't going to trade him for 1 million first-round picks.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I still think it's Cam Ward though, because it can't be Will Levis. And I'll go back to why it can't be Will Levis, because this is the thing, and that you and I talked about when Will was in the draft conversation. I talked to a handful of people that covered Kentucky and had knowledge of the Kentucky quarterback room, I think at a pretty high level. And the biggest knock I heard on Will Levis coming into the draft was that he was the type of person that when he made mistakes, they stuck in his head. It sort of hurt his confidence a little bit. And one person called him an "I love you, man" quarterback. And by that meaning, he's the sort of quarterback that needs to be loved. He needs to be sort of worked the right way by coaches. He needs to feel supported. He needs to feel like, hey man, we love you. Everything's great. It's going to be fine. That's how he thrives. There are certain quarterbacks in the league that are like that. It's not like that's uncommon. It's not a knock on Will Levis. It's just a personality type. So now tell me, what about Callahan seems like the "I love you" coach? Because that's just not the style that was approached at all last year for Will Levis, and hasn't been approached through any of these processes. So I think you've got a personality clash at some point if you're trying to get the best out of your quarterback. If people around your quarterback know that he needs to be the "I love you, man" quarterback, and you don't do that, well, now what are you doing? Because you certainly can't build him up. So they've done nothing to build up Will Levis. They've done nothing to make me think that there's a better situation for Will. So how could he go in as the starter? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And what systems are they putting in place? Look, we can mock the Giants quarterback room all day long, but Jameis Winston was brought in to be a shepherd. He's intended to be a third string quarterback, and Russ is going to be a second string quarterback that maybe starts while they develop somebody, but they've at least looked at all of this and said, we are going to develop the quarterback position. What the hell have the Titans done to do any of that? They're going to draft Cam Ward. They're going to throw him to the Wolves. And when it doesn't work, they're going to sit there. Fans are going to sit there and call the guy a bum and a bust, and without acknowledging that, the organization has done nothing to try and insulate and create a better environment for a quarterback room.
Give me, last one for you, Jason Fitz is on our program. Give me your percent chance that they're going to take Cam Ward number 1 overall and that it's going to work.
Yeah. I think there's a 75% chance he goes number 1 overall. And I think there's maybe, if I want to be generous, because I love to give benefit of the doubt, let me say I hope I'm wrong. I root for these kids to go out and crush it. I'm rooting for Tennessee to have Patrick Mahomes quarterback. I think it'd be great for the city. I love that city. You know that. The chance I think it works, I think he's Zach Wilson in 3 years. I 25% chance. The weighted expectation. If you told me that, and I can't stress this enough, if you told me that Cam Ward was taken end of the first round and was sat for 2 years while he was developed by an organization that had patience, put the right pieces around him, really helped work on some things in his game, and also insulated him with the talent that he's going to need, and really let him come out and thrive. If they put a Jordan Love sort of situation around him, I think Cam Ward could be a very good quarterback. If he's thrown to the Wolves and asked to start day one, I think in 3 years he's a backup somewhere else looking for a second opportunity.
Jason Fitz, Yahoo Sports, Fox Sports Radio, as always on our program. Fitz, great stuff.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Jason Fitz on the program.
Operator.
That's okay, Ian. Hey, you know what, though? It's your last day on this program. You do whatever you want. Again, Ian's final day here. He moves to the morning show. You starting Monday on the morning show, Ian?
No, not quite. Not quite yet.
Soon enough. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that and our fingers crossed that Ian changes his mind. But I think it's, well, it's not really a changing mind kind of thing. But that's okay. We still love him. Okay, coming up next, Chad Withrow from Outkick joins us. So I actually am rooting for the University of Tennessee. I usually don't do that. I don't know what's gotten into me. Tonight against Kentucky. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville Studios. First Horizon Park opening day today for the Nashville Sounds. And I got to tell you, when I walked into the building, I was like, oh my God, it's baseball season. It's baseball weather today. It's a beautiful day. Plenty of seats available. Come on out. We are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee on a Fireball Hot Take Friday, and it is 5 o'clock, which means Chad Withrow from Outkick joins us now on the program. Chad, I got to tell you something I was thinking about earlier today. Do you know that it was 11 years ago today? Because I've known you for, it feels like 20 years. And 11 years ago today, Tennessee was playing Michigan in the Sweet 16 in Lucas Oil Stadium. Louisville was playing Kentucky. I was covering Louisville and Kentucky at ESPN 680 in Louisville. You were at 104.5 covering the Vols, and that was where we kind of reconnected. And now tonight, 11 years later, Tennessee and Kentucky at Lucas Oil Stadium again. I have to ask, why are you not at the game?
I did not know that, honestly. That's crazy. 11 years ago. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. No, I didn't even think to go to the game, honestly. I've got to coach a softball tournament tomorrow, like I do almost every weekend. So that's my priority now. So I did not think to go. I think it's going to be a great scene at Lucas Oil Stadium, better than what we saw 11 years ago, considering Kentucky, Purdue, Tennessee are all going to be in the building and bring a sizable fan base, especially Kentucky, to that atmosphere. So that's crazy. That was 11 years ago. Jarnell Stokes had a chance to win it against Michigan. Tennessee had a big comeback late in that game and lost to John Beilein and that Michigan team with him as head coach. So I remember it well. And Indy's a great place to host basketball games, obviously. And that was a memorable one. This is going to be a memorable one tonight, Jared, regardless of what happens. I heard you talk to Matt Jones yesterday. I think Matt Jones kind of echoes, which is crazy to me listening to him. He echoes a lot of what I think about both these teams in this game.
It's amazing. I made sure to have Matt on yesterday for the sole reason that I knew he was going to say something inflammatory about Tennessee. I was going to cut it. I was going to play it for you. I was going to get your reaction. And yet I feel like I'm in the same spot. Matt's in the same spot. You're talking about how I hear Matt Jones and I agree with it. But Willie Donick today, when we were out here at First Horizon Park, I was talking to Willie. You know, deep down inside, Chad, Willie Donick hates Tennessee as much as anybody on the planet. He finds this Tennessee team incredibly likable and a very good basketball team. Chad, you know me. I don't mind rattling the cage. There's nothing for me to rattle. I don't hate this Kentucky team. I don't hate this Tennessee team. As a fan of basketball, like, I'm just excited to sit down and watch the game tonight. And I almost feel like I'm missing out on something because I'm not all worked up making fun of Tennessee fans or Kentucky's coach or something like that.
Yeah, look, if you hate – so people hate Tennessee fans, which, I'm a Tennessee fan, but I understand. The certain segment of Tennessee fans online or whatever, Matt Jones is going to hate them. A lot of people are going to hate them. Kentucky fans the same way. They're going to hate him for that reason. But I'm right there with you. And I know Willie. I believe him when he says that. Willie hates Tennessee fans also. It's a rival of Vandy. He's a big Vandy guy, so he hates them. But there's nothing not to like about Rick Barnes and about this team and how they got here and how they built and Zakai Ziegler and Jemai Mashak and the whole thing. And I'll say the same about Kentucky, and that's shocking to me. But there's really not a player on the Kentucky team that I dislike. I like Mark Pope. Seems like a nice guy, kind of like Rick Barnes. I don't really root against Mark Pope. I heard your conversation. It's a totally different feel than what you have with Calipari at Kentucky. There's no doubt about that. Totally different. And I think both these teams are really likable. Now, I'll also say this. Tennessee's more likable. Tennessee's got the guys who have been there forever, that it feels like Rick Barnes' last ride, right? It feels like his last march to the tournament. There would be nothing more perfect of an ending than Zakai Ziegler and Jemai Mashak, those two guys, leading Tennessee to their first ever Final Four as a program. Of the programs that have been to the tournament the most times and have never reached the Final Four, the top four are Tennessee, Missouri, Xavier, and BYU. Are the
BYU.
four. I think Tennessee's the best program of those four. I agree with Matt Jones. Tennessee's the best program in college basketball with their history to never reach a Final Four. For Ziegler and Barnes, possibly in his last year, to be the one to get them there, I'm nervous about that. Like, if you ask, like, my nerves about tonight or whatever, I'm just nervous about – I really want those guys to be the ones that do it. And then if they don't do it, it's like, oh, will it ever happen? I don't know. You start to feel like it won't. But it feels like I really want those guys to do it because they're so likable. They're easy to root for. But I could say the same about Kentucky and Mark Pope and the job he's done in year one. I think he's a terrific offensive coach. Kentucky doesn't play a lot of defense. Tennessee's got a good offense, and they got a really good defense. If Tennessee plays well, Jared, I think they win the game. They did not play well the first two times against Kentucky. So will it be a third? We're about to find out.
When it comes to Kentucky, Matt Jones said yesterday he thinks they're playing with house money, which is crazy when it comes to Kentucky because the standard at Kentucky is not the Sweet 16, but they haven't been to the Sweet 16 since 2019. You know, they were kind of freed of the Calipari shackles last year when Arkansas came and hired him away. I do agree with Matt. I do think they're playing with house money. Is Tennessee playing with house money, or is there pressure given the fact that they were in the Elite Eight last year? To your point, this is it for Zakai Ziegler, Jemai Meshack, Chaz Lanier. Like, is there more pressure on Tennessee tonight?
You know, I've said this all week. I think it's the biggest game in the history of Tennessee basketball. And people are arguing with me. Clay Travis is arguing with me, saying, well, the Elite Eight games are bigger. And I can understand that argument. I'm willing to hear it out. But hear me out on why it's the biggest game ever. It's Kentucky in the tournament. It's the first time it's ever happened. Kentucky is one of Tennessee's biggest rivals. Hey, for Kentucky, Tennessee's one of their biggest rivals. Tennessee's beaten Kentucky more than any team in college basketball. So it's a big rival for them. It's a huge moment. It's sort of the culmination of everything Rick Barnes has done. I think somehow Rick Barnes remains somehow underrated for what he's done. 3 straight Sweet 16s, 7 straight NCAA tournaments, inherited a mess after the Donnie Tyndall one-year thing. He's done a great job at Tennessee. Remarkable consistency. Has them as a top 10, top 15 program year in, year out. He's done a great job at Tennessee. This feels like the culmination of all that. He's beaten Kentucky 11 times. Win number 12 would be the biggest. To beat them in the tournament in the first ever game head-to-head in the NCAA tournament, to get to an Elite Eight would be huge. And here's the other thing that I think makes this a little bit bigger. A year ago when Tennessee beat Creighton on a Friday night, I expected them to beat Creighton, but knew it would be a challenge. But when they did it, I didn't feel like Tennessee had a chance against 7'5" Zach Eaton. And knowing the way that game was going to be officiated for him, I just did. I felt like Purdue was better. They were the best team in the country at the time, I thought, until, of course, they lost to UConn. But I didn't think Tennessee had a chance. Tennessee, I think, is a better matchup for Houston than Kentucky. I like the matchup better against Houston next round than Kentucky in the Sweet 16. I think if Tennessee wins, they've got a great opportunity to get to the program's first ever Final Four. So I do think Kentucky's playing with house money. I don't think anything that happens tonight will make Tennessee's season a disappointment or, a failure or anything like that. But, Jared, I do agree with you. That's funny hearing from Kentucky fans that are telling me all over my social media, oh, my gosh, Mark Pope has done such a great job, and this is so awesome. And all the pressure is on Tennessee because all the expectations. And I'm thinking Tennessee was preseason number 12. Kentucky was preseason number 23. One is a 2 seed. One is a 3 seed. That's basically what expectation was. So I don't get that there's this big gap between the two. If Kentucky was a 10 seed, then yes, I would say all the pressure is on Tennessee. I don't get that, though. I think there's a lot of pressure on both programs. And here's the other thing, Jared, you know this. Tennessee and Kentucky playing football. Who's the pressure on in that game? Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Because it's football. Tennessee doesn't lose to Kentucky in football. When they do, it's a disaster. So it's more pressure on Tennessee in those games, even in bad years for Tennessee and good years for Kentucky. So I'm not completely buying this thing from the Commonwealth and from Kentucky fans that, oh, it's all house money and who cares who wins and all of that. There's pressure on both teams.
Do you think that Tennessee's biggest basketball rival is Kentucky?
Yeah, I think it's become that. And I think Rick Barnes has made it more of a rivalry. I mean, before that, Tennessee's beaten them a lot, but Kentucky is Kentucky. They're the superior basketball program. No one's going to argue that. And they probably
Sure, and
look down
Kentucky's
at
biggest
Tennessee.
rival is Louisville. That's their biggest rival, but Tennessee's biggest rival, like the team that they want to beat the most. Like when I was a kid and Billy Donovan was at Florida, I think Tennessee fans cared as much about beating Florida as they did about beating Kentucky. Now, I would say with Calipari at Kentucky, it was certainly Kentucky.
Yeah, I think it's cyclical. I do think for Tennessee, it's definitely Kentucky. Historically, that's the big one. That's sort of the measuring stick. If you can beat Kentucky at Tennessee in basketball, you've done something type of deal. So it's the biggest one for them. I think it also cycles through. Like right now, I would say Tennessee-Alabama is a huge rivalry. Tennessee-Auburn with Pearl there is a huge rivalry when those two teams get together. Louisville-Kentucky, bigger and a bigger deal, certainly for both Kentucky and Louisville. But, yeah, I do think that for Tennessee, their biggest rival right now is Kentucky. And I'll go back to what I said. This is the biggest game in Tennessee basketball history tonight for that reason. You're getting your biggest rival in the Sweet 16 in Indianapolis with a legitimate chance to go to a Final Four. If you win, I think Tennessee's got a great shot on Sunday against Purdue or Houston to get to a Final Four. Lose, and it's not some huge failure, but it's disappointing because of these guys and Rick Barnes. And what I believe is the possibility, at least, that he retires after this year. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it does feel like it's a possibility. So for all those reasons, it's a gigantic game for both programs. I just don't buy that there's no pressure at all on Kentucky and all the pressures on Tennessee and all of its house money. I think both are playing with house money to some extent, and I think both have pressure on them.
Chad Withrow from Outkick, presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee, our presenting sponsor as well. The hot seat awaits next, and it will be a juicy one. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey goes down so smooth that it tastes so great. There's no better way to ignite the night and start the weekend than with ice-cold Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. That's right. Today is Ian's last show as the lead producer of the Stillman and Company program. He'll be moving to Robbie and Rex Road, so it's not like he's moving too far. But we still have to get Ian a Fireball shot and tip one back for him. That's right. Fireball Whiskey. Ignite the night. Please do it responsibly. Be 21 years or older to enjoy. That's Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Stillman and Company Fireball Hot Take Friday. Chad Withrow with us from Outkick, presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee, live at First Horizon Park. Chad, do you have a thought, or do you want to go right to the hot seat?
Let's get to the hot seat.
Okay, number one, what do you make of the Titans' decision to go back to the light blue primary uniform and to shelve the Oilers uniforms, at least for the 2025 season? Are you in favor of it, or are you against it?
I don't really care for this reason, because I don't know what the direction of this franchise is right now. I'm a big uniform guy. I love critiquing uniforms and uniform choices and everything else. I just feel like right now the Titans are in such flux with their identity, with who they want to be, and what they're going to be in this new stadium when it's completed, that I just – everything – Jared, it feels like the Oakland A's in Sacramento right now. It feels like the Houston Oilers in Memphis right now. Like, I don't know what anything about this year means for this organization. It's hard to get emotionally invested in a group that's clearly trying to remove the past and move forward with the future and throw everything away that's old school Nashville and old school Titans to whatever they're trying to be in the future, which, quite frankly, I don't really know what that is. But so far, I don't really like it. So I don't care.
Number two, what was your reaction to the news that the Titans were parting ways with Robbie Bourne after 28 years as the PR director of the team?
It's more of the same. It's more of this, anybody who's been here in the past isn't good enough, or who knows the history, so we got to get new people in to do everything, and we're going to have a new direction, and all this whole thing, right? It's the decision of Taylor Zarser to join the team, right? It's this whole, we can't have anyone that's attached to the past of it. Meanwhile, the Tennessee Vols hired Mike Keith, and Tennessee Vols fans are thrilled about that because they understand Mike Keith's value and what he means to the state of Tennessee and how good of a job he does and how much he cares about his job and doing a good job. And that's great because Tennessee Vols fans care about history. They care about tradition. They care about quality. They care about excellence. So they love that Mike Keith's involved with it. I don't know what the Titans care about other than discarding the past and trying to move to the future. So yeah, I don't really know. Again, here's the best way to describe it. I look at the Titans right now and I don't recognize it. And I'm someone who grew up here, who was a San Francisco 49ers fan my entire childhood because my brothers were born in Northern California and they're much older than me. And they were 49ers fans. I became a Titans fan when the team moved here. And I have seen the Titans from high school age when they moved here throughout their existence. I was at the first game in 1999 at Adelphia Coliseum, the win over the Bengals, that game. There was my dad, my best friend. And I've seen the organization go through a lot of different changes and morph into different things based on the players. And guys like Robbie Bourne and Mike Keith were huge parts of that. I don't recognize what I see right now. So when they give me a finished product, I'm happy to judge them on what that finished product looks like and what they're trying to do. But right now, I just see something that's not really an NFL team and not really much of anything. So I can't recognize what they're doing or what it is.
So I want to speculate on something with somebody that would probably not appreciate us speculating this, but I kind of feel, Chad, like Mike Keith might, again, I know Mike Keith loves the Vols. I know he went to UT. I know it was a dream job of his growing up, but very few people leave the NFL to go to college. I wonder if Mike Keith kind of looked around. I don't think they would have fired Mike Keith, but I wonder if he looked around and was like, this isn't the same anymore. I've got an opportunity to get out somewhere that I'd like to be. Let me take it.
Yeah, no, I think Mike Keith's a smart guy. And I think if he left the Titans, because calling games in the NFL was is the pinnacle. And those jobs don't come open often, right? It's amazing when you see like finalists for these jobs and, people who are getting interviews and all that, because there's not a lot of opportunities. It's like a Supreme Court justice. It's a lifetime appointment. When you get a radio gig calling games for an NFL team, those guys don't usually leave until they die or until right before they die when they retire, typically with guys in play-by-play. So, yeah, I don't know any specifics on it. But I would say that Mike Keith always wanted to be the voice of the Vols because of his love and admiration for John Ward. I know that's a thing. And I think he wanted to do more. He always wanted to do more. He wanted to do more than just calling the games for the Titans. It's why they had podcasts. It's why they did some different things. He gets to do basketball now. He gets to do football. He gets to do some baseball when he wants. He's got a podcast now through the Vol Network. So I do think he also wanted to challenge himself and do more, and that's a big part of it. I can't speak for Mike Keith, but I think you'd be foolish not to look around and see all the differences of the Titans right now versus the Titans of the past. And, hey, look, more power to them. If they think the past sucked and there's nothing valuable about it and they want to move into some future that includes the Titans winning Super Bowls or whatever, great. Good luck. Go about doing that, whatever way you see necessary. Not going to stop people who have been in this market for years from seeing what's happening and not liking it. And quite frankly, I don't like it right now. I don't like anything that's going on over there.
Jeffrey Simmons 4 hours ago posted a reel on Instagram in which he said to all the so-called quote unquote no football critics, I heard you. Keep that energy back on my BS. Year 7, hashtag year 7 loading, hashtag give them a reason. It starts off with a tweet from Paul Kaharski about Simmons sinking with a question mark, and then a speech bubble with my picture that says Simmons stinks. We have done our research. We cannot find this tweet in which I said Simmons stinks. I'm not denying that I may have tweeted that, but we have researched, Ian, have we not? We have researched this thoroughly today, and we cannot find this tweet. And I know I didn't send this tweet because the S in stinks on Simmons stinks was capitalized, and I don't capitalize verbs. So unless I capitalize the whole word for, for added effect. So what do we make of Jeffrey Simmons' latest Instagram post and Jeffrey Simmons falsely quoting me?
You said it. I mean, come on. You said it on air at some point.
I mean, I'm not denying that I said it because I don't know, but I looked up for it on Twitter because I can
guarantee at some point you said it. You love saying with a capital S and a capital T, this guy stinks. Somebody stinks.
I agree.
I listen to your show. I've heard you say that a lot. I can almost with 99.9% certainty say that at some point, if we went back and went through your show, you said it at some point, and he heard it, or one of his people heard it. I can almost guarantee that. Are you denying right now, Jared Stillman, that you've never possibly said on your show for 4 hours a day by yourself, you've never possibly said that Simmons stinks? You could say he stinks right now, or he stinks in general, but you've never said that? You believe that?
So when I saw this reel, I searched like my name, Simmons stinks. I searched that because I was wondering what the context of which I would have said that was. Like, was it during a game when he screwed up? Was it during a whatever? Because, I mean, look, Jeffrey Simmons needs to play better. And I'm not backing down off of that. Jeffrey Simmons is the most overrated person in the world in the mind of Jeffrey Simmons and in the mind of the Titans. Everybody outside of the Titans and outside of Jeffrey Simmons recognizes that Jeffrey Simmons is a good NFL football player. He is not Aaron Donald. Jeffrey Simmons thinks he is Aaron Donald. And I've got a problem with that. So, again, I'm not saying I didn't say it, but like I'm trying to find the context in which I said it. There's not a tweet. There's my Twitter picture and a quote, Simmons stinks from me with a capital S. I don't capitalize S's like that. I'm trying to figure out when I said it. I feel like, even though it is something that I might have said, I feel like I was misquoted. And what I will say to that is, I don't care. I'm gonna keep getting on his ass. Just because you put it on social media doesn't mean that I don't think you need to go sack the quarterback more.
Well, first off, this is great for you. Like, this is amazing for you that he pointed you out.
He blocked me on Twitter and he still posts about me on Instagram.
Oh, it's great. Like, it's great for you. It's great for you locally in Nashville. It's great for your status. I mean, the fact you did that is amazing for you. So congrats on that. Second, I can almost guarantee you said he stinks at some point on air. I believe you. You can AI, Google search, do all those things and try to find it on Twitter somewhere. And you may have not said it on Twitter, but I can almost guarantee, listening to your show, that you have said it at some point about Jeffrey Simmons. I think Jeffrey Simmons is a dog. I think he can play that way. I think he is that. I don't think he's as excellent as his team or people tell him he is as a football player. Now, I would internalize this more. If I were in Jeffrey Simmons' camp, I would tell him, all you're doing right now, and no offense to you or Paul Kaharski or anyone else, all you're doing is feuding down. You are feuding down, and you are bringing attention to something that does not need to be brought attention to, and you need to go out and just handle business. If you want to get your workout mix going and get your songs going while you're working out, and you want this to fuel you, that's great. That's fine. You don't need to do all these things publicly on social media to get you going, to be the player you need to be, because it's just pointless. Again, great for you, great for Paul. I congratulate both of you that he cares this much about both of you and what you say. But again, I would advise him the opposite. Like, use it internally. All these guys do that. And then if you want to say something to you after a win and you're in, the media availability, then do it. That's fine. But like right now, I mean, what is it, March 28th? We're doing this. I don't understand the point of it.
Chad Withrow from Outkick, as always, presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. Chad, great stuff. We'll talk soon.
All right. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you.
Yep. Chad Withrow on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. Stillman and Company. We continue from First Horizon Park, 102.5 The Game.
It's better.
Stillman and Company, we are live out here at First Horizon Park where the Sounds are starting the season. Opening night is what, an hour away? Adam English is the general manager of the Nashville Sounds, and he joins us now on the program. So, Adam, it was funny because when I walked into the building today, I was like, this is perfect weather for opening day. This is a perfect day for baseball. This is the perfect time of year for baseball. So the Sounds are back, and how excited are we?
Oh my gosh, we're watching people walk into the stadium. Gates are open. It is perfect. I mean, and that's something that's been unique here in Nashville over the 10 years of this ballpark. Is I believe 2 out of 10 years. This will be the 2nd out of 10 years where we have some good weather on opening day, and it's just an absolutely perfect Nashville Friday night. And we couldn't be more excited to welcome the fans back to First Horizon Park.
It's funny because you would know that exactly what the stats on opening day are. You and I were talking about this off the air. I think the changes AAA baseball has made, the minor league, a lot of people were upset about this when Major League Baseball kind of took over the minor leagues and said, okay, instead of you deciding who your affiliate's going to be, we decide who your affiliate is now. We play into September. We do all these. I think it's great. I think it's great for Major League Baseball. I think it's great for minor league baseball. I think it's great to pack the ballpark, even in September and in early April to pack the ballpark. I think this is perfect. Is there something I'm missing here?
No, I mean, I agree. I think that there's a lot of those changes that, change is hard for anybody, right? When you have a big organization like Major League Baseball that's coming in saying, now we're going to do it this way, we go, well, wait. Well, 6-game homestands, you're going to see the same pitcher twice in the same homestand. Oh, is that going to increase the amount of on-field incidents? Well, it hasn't. Mm-hmm. And it's streamlined player development because that's what we are, right? Minor league baseball is awesome. It's fun. There's entertainment. It's not all about the baseball for every fan, but at the end of the day, it is about player development. And we've, last year alone, we had 30 players who played for us and played for Milwaukee. And to have off days on Mondays, to play, more opponents that are in your geographical region. And for us on the baseball side and on the business side, having a relationship with the Milwaukee Brewers, it's going to last 10 years at minimum. It is fantastic for player development and business. And so we like being able to tell our fans, look, when the Sounds are in town, outside of this first weekend where we're a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's Tuesday to Sunday, and then we're on the road for the most part throughout the season. So there's a lot of positives that's come over out of the last 5 years.
And don't you think, too, that it's actually easier for fans to attend games? I was telling you about how I'm a huge Braves fan.
Yeah.
And so when I was a kid, I would have killed for the then Richmond Braves to make a trip to Nashville. Well, now every time that, Gwinnett is here, at least once a year, I go.
Yeah.
And look, if I can't go on Tuesday, I can go on Wednesday. If I can't go on Wednesday, then I can go on Friday. If I can't go on Friday, I can go on Sunday. And I just think it's great. So this season, what are some of kind of the plans that the Sounds are going to try new? I know you don't need it because attendance is always top of the league and top of minor league baseball, but I can't imagine you just sat on your ass all off season.
Absolutely not. We there's always something new out here, right? We have new partners, we have new games. One thing I'm really excited about is we've completely revamped the Bandbox menu. So all new food out there. We have a salted caramel sundae with a funnel cake waffle cone. And then of course there's all new promotions. We're some of the things that people love, we're going to repeat. The Star Wars we had our first ever Harry Potter night last year. We're going to run those back again, but we're always mixing in new promotions and of course, brand new giveaways. Mm-hmm. We start this weekend, making sure people get a copy of the schedule, but starting with the second homestand, you've got, a 90s throwback windbreaker. We try to find what's popular and what we think will resonate with our fans. And we want to give it to them. One of my favorite giveaways that we have this year is, all the kids, they put on batting gloves or football gloves and they put their hands together and it makes a logo, right? So we're giving away batting gloves that make our home plate logo. I think they're going to fly. I think kids are going to love them. And there's just so much. And we're always investing back in the ballpark. Our owner, Frank Ward, is such a great owner, and he always invests back to make sure that this 10-year-old building doesn't look 10 years old. And so we've made improvements in and around the bandbox. We refurbished the second hole of our 9-hole mini golf course. And we just continue to make improvements around the ballpark. So there's a lot of fun in store for people in 2025.
All right, let me ask you a question. I know you're going to hate this question.
Sure.
And that's okay. I love the Sounds. You talk about the 90s throwbacks. I remember when they wore those, when they had Chris Snowpeck, and he get called up to the White Sox and be on WGN. And I was like 6 years old. I was like, so I love the Sounds. But Rob Manfred, every time that he talks about expansion, Nashville comes up. Nashville is the biggest leverage play for any team east of the country.
Sure.
Everybody in the West, it was always Vegas was the leverage play.
Sure.
Now Portland's going to be the new leverage play out there. Nashville's the big leverage play out east. I don't know when the winter meetings were here what the White Sox owner and the mayor would actually talk about, but they did. But if they do expand and they do want to come to Nashville, you guys own the rights to baseball in Nashville. You talk about Frank Ward. I know he's a good owner. Could it be something that he could be a part of, that this stadium could be a part of? I mean, the Rays are going to be playing in a similar stadium this year. Could it be something to where everybody wins?
The easiest answer I have for that is I have no idea. There's a lot of moving parts with that. I mean, so for 6 years, I spent 6 years in Sacramento.
Okay.
So the A's are playing in that stadium this year. Now it's a 14,000 seat stadium, not 10 like us. But there's so many moving parts to all that stuff. And ultimately, anytime Major League Baseball is brought up with Nashville, we're flattered. It's because we're at the top of minor league baseball in attendance. We have a great market. We have a growing market.
You draw more than some major league teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that it's the reason that it comes up. But ultimately, my personal opinion, not the Sounds opinion, this stadium, it's not built to put another deck on it.
Sure.
Right. So and the footprint that we have here, we have some beautiful new apartments. We're kind of enclosed here. There's nowhere to go.
Tear them down.
They just got built. And they're beautiful. And they're overseeing the ballpark. But ultimately, I don't know if Frank would be interested in that. I wouldn't dare speak on his behalf. And again, we're always so flattered because we try to run the best operation we can. There are parts of what we do that are minor league baseball, right? We don't want to take ourselves too seriously.
Sure.
We want to do the fun promotions. We want to, be a little edgier, all of those kind of things. But ultimately, we don't control. We try to run this like a major league team, right? From the clubhouse to our front office staff, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, those are questions to be answered by someone who's far above my pay grade.
Very well said. I got to tell you, that was very well said. I will say this. I've told people, if Nashville's going to get a team, put it somewhere else. Put it, and every time I say this is like, oh, you can't do that. But I'm like, go put it in Murfreesboro. And then that way, because we see that, right? Like Gwinnett is the AAA team and they do well, and Atlanta, and go do that. You'll get people out there when the Yankees are in town. You'll get people out there if the team's good, and you still won't lose the, $15 coming to the ballpark, good thing for kids. And you won't lose that if you do that.
I agree with you from the standpoint that I think now more than ever, affordable family fun is needed, right?
Sure.
Everything in our world, it seems it's gotten more and more expensive. That we still have a $10 get in the door ticket. That you can come hang out at the bandbox.
Well, I said 15 because I thought it was 11, but I didn't want to say that it was still 11 because most things have gone up.
If you buy in advance, it's 10. If you buy day of game, it's 12. So
okay.
I mean, that's all. We just want people to buy in advance
because I didn't know what it was, so I didn't
Right.
want to say hey, it used to be 12, so now it's
right. But and then that doesn't even bring into account Wednesdays. We have a great partnership with Kroger and Pepsi. You can get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 sodas, $44. So ultimately, it's the best way to bring your family together. And I always talk about baseball in this way. It's the last social sport. If we're saying, hey, families don't sit down and eat dinner together, come sit down and eat dinner at the ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
Watch a little baseball. Talk to your family. We all want to put the electronics down and enjoy the moment and all those kinds of things. There's plenty of Instagrammable moments out here. But ultimately, it's sit down with your family, enjoy everything, and talk about your day and watch some great baseball.
Adam English is the general manager of the Sounds. Adam, congratulations. Happy opening day.
Thank you.
And let's have a great season this year.
Let's do it. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Adam English, we continue on. It's Ian's final day producing the Stillman and Company program. So we'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company live out at First Horizon Park here again, opening night less than an hour away. Sounds in Jacksonville right here. Again, they're going to be here this weekend, and then the fun starts all year long, all summer long. Beautiful weather, tons of seats available. Come on out. We got basketball coming on and everything else, but today is Ian Safar's last day as the lead producer of the Stillman and Company program. Ian is moving to Robbie and Rex Road because of, as Ian brought up earlier today, childcare changes and situations. And look, life happens. Trust me, I know. And so it sucks. And when Ian and Chase first told me about this, I was totally bummed, but totally understanding. And so Ian, this was a great last show. We had a technical snafu.
Oh, yes.
We had a Titan player getting mad at me.
Yes.
We got all kind. It was
mock
like
draft.
a mock draft.
Yeah, your last show, it's not official until you have technical issues for sure.
And I think about all the troubleshooting we've done over the years and all the things we've figured out over the years and everything else. I got one quick thing I want to say. And then, Ian, I'm going to open the floor up to you because you will absolutely be missed by this audience. I've been working in some capacity since I was 16 years old. You know, I had part-time work during the summer when I was 16 and have been working again in some capacity ever since. And I've worked with a lot of people in a lot of different roles. And there is nobody that I've been through more of my life with than Ian. Ian took over with us on the old Jared the GM program as an interim producer for our show about a week into it. We had a management change, and Ryan Porth was our producer, and he got kicked upstairs. And Ian, at the time at the station, was kind of the producer, like the swing guy, like he was kind of a reliever, but could start. And so when we needed a producer on an interim basis, it became Ian. And that was 9 years ago. And again, I don't ever remember Ian, the interim tag being removed, but I mean, I think as soon as you started doing it, everybody was like, nope, this is good. This works. And that was a new show, by the way, at the time that Twitter had decided would not make it. And I now feel like the Stillman and Company program, and this is just as much a tribute to Ian, is the show of record in this town. People go on this show when they want to be heard, unless they hate us. And then they go on another show and then talk about it. And yet through that period, Ian and I went through so much of life together. Like, I'll never forget when Ian walked in the studio one day in just typical Ian fashion. Just walked in the studio during a break and told Floyd and I that he was going to be a dad. And my jaw hit the floor. I was like, wait a minute. What? Wait, did what? And Floyd was just sitting there saying, congratulations. You'll be a great dad. And I was like, yeah, that's the attitude I need to have. But I was just so shocked. And everything since then, he and Nicole have had another child. Obviously, my life, I've had a child. And I've learned a lot about life, both on the air and off the air, because of Ian. And I mean, I remember when Ian and Nicole had their second child. And I remember when Ian and Nicole got married, and Floyd and I weren't invited because it was COVID, but we were still like, we weren't invited. Well, Floyd was like, congratulations. But I was like, we still weren't invited. Then we added Caroline to the group. And, again, just what we've been through with life. And Ian and I and Ryan Porth as a group with Floyd, we all went through a lot together. And when Floyd got sick, that was the first major loss in my life. And we went through that together. Ian and I really, whether it was him leaving the show, and there was a level of uncertainty because Floyd was very private about his illness. And so we didn't exactly know what was going on. And then obviously Floyd was sick. And when we found out that Floyd wasn't going to make it, and then when Floyd passed away, Ian and I went through that together. And there's a lot of things that have happened in my life that I'm not sure I would have been able to get through as well as I had without Ian. And Ian as a colleague and is really a partner in all of this represents everything that I value. Ian is dependable. He is accountable. He is genuine. He is intellectual, and he's incredibly flexible. He brought a certain mellowness and rational thought, both on the air and off the air, to a show that doesn't always have a lot of, again, mellow. And as a guy, as a friend, Ian's just a great guy. And I find myself so incredibly blessed to have worked with Floyd, who I adored and named my child after, to work with Caroline, who is still like a best friend to this day. Yesterday, one of our dogs is sick and can't be around my parents' dogs. So my parents were watching our kid, and Caroline went and watched our dog. That's the kind of relationships we have around here. And Ian is every bit in that same category with those two. And Ian knows how the regard in which I hold those two in, and just the luck that I feel having been partners with Ian and Caroline and Floyd. And he's not going anywhere. He'll be around. Even on this show, he'll be around. And I'll be doing the morning hits on Robbie and Rex Road, and that group chat, Ian, of me, you, and Caroline that still fires up all the time anytime I find something funny. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't suck, because I'm a much better radio host and I'm a much better person because I've had Ian in my life for the last decade, because Ian Safar has propped me up. And so with that said, the final take of the program on Fireball Hot Take Friday belongs to Ian. The floor is yours.
Well, I appreciate those kind words. I really do. It means a lot, getting to work on the show. It was like my first, I guess I don't know how many people know like the whole history of 1025 and all that kind of stuff. I was the executive producer for A to Z Sports back in the day when they were first here. That was like my first real producer gig. And then I kind of, like, as you said, I kind of moved around and was more of a utility person doing pred stuff and nights and weekends, all that kind of stuff. But I guess when I got put on with you and Floyd, that was like my first, real show per se that I was like part of and an executive producer of and stayed on. So I felt super lucky to, get to work with Floyd and you guys every day. And I felt like I learned a lot, and it was just a lot of fun. When you first start and you get into this, you're not really sure what you want to do, and you try to find a role. And so, I found a role, and I'm just glad it fit. And like you said, I think we learned a lot, whether it was about the business, whether it was about football and sports. You learned a lot. You met a lot of cool people. You just growing up in this kind of thing over the past 10 years, it's just been a lot of fun, and getting to know the listeners and the audience and all that kind of stuff in the afternoons. And of course, a lot of people like to give you a lot of crap about stuff, but Jared works really hard behind the scenes. A lot of the audio, all that kind of stuff, he finds it, he'll cut it, he'll send it. The grids he sends, I don't want to spend too much, but he'll send a text to Chase and I every day about the grid. Sometimes those grids have 2,000 words.
Is that true?
Yeah. And then, so, I mean, we get, we have people talk about, I have to write 1,000-word piece here, or I have to write 2,000-word piece. Well, Jared can write a 2,000-word grid in like a day or a morning and send it to you. So he works hard. And as Jared said, this has really nothing to do with like professional stuff as far as like any type of misunderstanding or miscommunication. We ran into some childcare issues. And so everybody here has just been super supportive. Management, Jared, Chase, all the other producers, Nick Keyser, Nick Frazier, David James, Jake Lyman, Parker Kelly, everybody just helping out, pulling extra strings, helping help out over in the afternoons, helping in the mornings, all that kind of stuff. So it's just been a lot of fun. I'm super appreciative of everybody and all the listeners and all the kind words, and hopefully, just trying to sound consistent, make Jared and Floyd sound good, make us sound smart, make us sound professional. And looking forward to hanging out in the mornings. be a little bit of a change of pace, waking up at 4 a.m. Have to get used to that, and happy to say that I'll still be around and hanging out. So thank you again for everything, for everyone.
One last time, Nicholas Petit Ferrer, aka
PT.
That's it for us, Stillman and Company. Ian will be with Robbie and Rex Road going forward here in the near future. So for the people in the text line that have said, oh, Ian, whatever you do, well, he's just going to Robbie and Rex Road, and he'll still be around, just like Caroline's still around. But it's really the end of an era. That's it for us. Congratulations to the Sounds. Happy opening day. Enjoy the basketball this week and enjoy the beautiful weather. Stillman and Company. We'll see everybody Monday at 2.